Okie dokie. Hello, everybody. How are we all doing tonight? Hello, I am Mute, Lane Kaplan, Terribilly Jean. Hello, goodness gracious. I have a lot of people already ready to go, huh? Yeah, I wanted to start with some stuff. We'll get to the, gosh, what is his name? I've already forgotten it. I did a whole bunch of research this morning on it, but I've been editing my anti-Semitism essay all day. So on that note, forgive me if I appear to be in something of a bad mood tonight because, like, how can I put this nicely? There's something about spending multiple hours going through Holocaust footage that will put somebody in a bad mood. You know? Like, it really, it's not great. My intro music is from White Bat Audio. I was going to call him White Black Bat Audio. Let me see, because I know I have some. Yeah, there we go. I got some other beats we can pop in here real quick. I actually don't look terrible today, which is surprising. For as not great as I feel. Louder, please. Do we want... Wait, what do we want? Jason Rogash, do we want me louder? I can be a little bit... Yeah, I can be... Okay. There we go. That should be nice and louder. Okay. I fixed it. I fixed it now, though. I also have my boba, my bubble tea. Very good. So, we will be talking about hello, dog. Dog just, I put my hand down for a second, and dog just walked right under it and is like, oh, time for pets. We will be talking about Justin Mohn, the killer who, oh goodness gracious, I mute. Thank you for 4 months. Goodness me. Let me actually fix the desktop audio. Dogger, what are you doing? What are you... Can you not, please? I love you so much, but you're being a butthead. No, it's not matcha. Oh, it does kind of look green on stream. No, it's a coconut pineapple smoothie with, I want to say, pomegranate popping bubbles. Carrot has super chatted $2. Will you do a vid on M. Bison wanting to be a woman? I am unfamiliar with that lore. Dark Knight resubscribed for 3 months. Thank you very much. I'm going to unclick and re-click in because I think I'm not hearing my notifications real quick. And thanks to everybody, including I Am Mute and Soonjin for following. And no, Mockingbird, we will get to the PSYOP. We'll get to the PSYOP thing in a second because it's so dumb and dark. I want to be clear. I do not actually think Justin Mohn was a PSYOP. But that is how he is being... I say PSYOP facetiously because he is being spun that way, and we will get into the conspiracist backlash to Justin Mohn, who himself was a conspiracist. Because the interesting thing about Justin Mohn, the man in Pennsylvania who killed his own father and asked his militia army to rise up and blamed Biden for destroying the U.S., is that while being an obvious, very committed conspiracist, a lot of people are trying to say that he is a PSYOP, that he is another example of like a false flag, that the government is trying to make all Trump supporters look like him. And it's not true. And we'll get to that in a second. But first, I want to, oh yeah, Dark Knight, like his father didn't deserve to die. And I don't want to, I guess it's good that I'm doing it today while I'm in such a, I guess, kind of dour mood, because I don't want to make light of this situation at all. I think it is a very serious issue. Oh my goodness, Sean, thank you so much. $20. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's wild. But before we get into Justin Mohn, because I don't want to get too far into that, because I honestly I'm probably going to do a stream highlights on it because I need to get more videos out. I wanted to go through this because we've talked about Michael Cassidy. This is a little sunspot for your day. We talked about this a couple months ago, the kind of new satanic panic that's emerging on the right wing. And we talked about it in context of, oh, Rex, $4.99 on YouTube. Thank you very much for the super chat. First time catching a live on time. Thank you for being here. Thanks for all you do. Aw, and the little green hearts. Thank you so much, Rex. I appreciate it. Michael Cassidy. In Des Moines, Iowa, a Mississippi man accused of destroying a statue of a pagan idol at Iowa State Capitol is now being charged with a hate crime. This is super interesting because as soon as this happened, every right-winger immediately jumped on it. Like Matt Walsh and a ton of other people in the sphere were immediately jumping on it like, yay, everybody should be doing this all the time. The thing is that it is protected speech. So them going, everybody should do this all the time, probably not the best idea. And I think this will probably, hopefully, dissuade that. Do I have space to show chat on stream? Yes, let's turn chat on. All right, there we go. Chat is on. Well, Mixed Banana Banana, aren't the right wing all about religious freedom though? They are when it's the thing that they want, when it's their specific religion's freedom. The statue, back to the article, the statue was brought to the Capitol by the Satanic Temple of Iowa under state rules allowing religious displays in the building during the holidays. The move drew strong criticism from state and national leaders, including Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds and Florida Governor and presidential candidate Ron DeSantis, both Republicans. On December 14th, the figure depicting the horned deity Baphomet was destroyed beyond repair, according to the group. Michael Cassidy, can we get goats in chat for a fallen Baffy? Goats in chat for our fallen Baphomet. Thank you all for the goats. Michael Cassidy, a former congressional and legislative candidate from Mississippi, was charged the next day. Oh my gosh, there's so many goats in chat. Charged the next day with fourth-degree criminal mischief, a misdemeanor. He told the conservative website The Sentinel that, quote, "My conscience is held captive to the word of God, not to bureaucratic decree, and so I acted." Now, Polk County prosecutors have charged Cassidy with a more serious offense, the Des Moines Register reported. A document made public Tuesday. Thank you for the screaming goat. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. That was probably a little bit loud. A document made public Tuesday charged him with felony third-degree criminal mischief. It alleges the act was committed, quote, in violation of individual rights under Iowa hate crime statute. Quote, evidence shows the defendant made statements to law enforcement and the public indicating he destroyed the property because of the victim's religion. Lynn Hicks, a spokesman for the Polk County Attorney's Office, said in the statement. Cassidy's attorney, Sarah Pascal, declined to comment on the new charge. In previous court filings, she has accused the Satanic Temple of making filings that, quote, are only meant to evoke strong emotions and incite others. Which is true, but also that's exactly what he did. Maps and Mimics, thank you for resubscribing at Tier 1 for 2 months. Founded in 2013, the Salem, Massachusetts-based Satanic Temple... Oh, wait, no. Cassidy is scheduled to be arraigned February 15th. He has raised more than $84,000 from his defense from nearly 2,000 supporters, according to the fundraising website Give, Send, Go. And I think Matt Walsh put in, like, $1,000 or something. The Salem, Massachusetts-based Satanic Temple says it doesn't believe in Satan, but describes itself as a non-theistic religious organization that advocates for secularism. It is separate from the Church of Satan, which was founded in the 1960s. That's actually kind of interesting. Most places that report on the Church of Satan do not have at least the wherewithal to delineate between the Church of Satan and the Satanic Temple. What is on my necklace? It is a raven skull. Sorry. A little lamb chop in the way. So I thought that was fun. I thought that was good. Good times, less good times, and we're gonna kind of bookend this with talk about not great politics that are happening right now. One of the many things that we cover here is the ongoing trend of Christian nationalism that is sweeping through the country and seemingly taking over everything, legislatively speaking. Oh no, it's not a real one, it's a cast. And Krenna on Twitch saying, yes, Anton LaVey founded the Church of Satan, Lucian Graves is the Satanic Temple. I also have as soon as, because everybody knows, hopefully, that I've been working ridiculously hard. Like I cannot stress enough how hard I've been working on the video on anti-Semitism. I think I've finished editing. I think I'm about halfway done at about an hour. And I'm expecting it to be probably an hour or 2 hours and 20 minutes to 2.5 hours when it's finished. But as soon as I'm done with that, I have been working on, for several months now, a video on the alt-right ties of the Satanic Temple. So, yeah, Veggie Tanuki, such a shame that Greaves is a scumbag too. Yeah. It's, yeah. Oh, Wonder Boy, regrettably, yeah. It's a lot of it is, Procter Gamble's, you kind of make a video about like your favorite flowers or something. My schedule for the next month is pretty well booked. I would say until the end of the month, because I think the Satanic Temple video, if all goes well, and I'll still be streaming and doing stream highlights in those two, but if all goes well, the Satanic Temple video, and I'm going to really try and bust my butt to get a Valentine special that is about Shadows of the Damned, the cult classic Suda 51 joint. I have a script that I was going to do in October. I ran out of time because it was going to be for Halloween, so I've moved it to Valentine's Day. And if all goes well, I should be able to do the Satanic Temple video, but doing that one will put me right up against my next undercover video, which I will be filming at the, I will be filming and going undercover at the end of February. So it is a busy month. Salty Llama's used 1,000 bits. Goodness gracious, thank you for the biddies. Valentine's special. Yes. Dusty Deavers sounds like a poor name. $5 from Zephyr. He really does. He really does. Anyway, enough about my, Oh, yeah. Mars Bars on Mars, new undercover video. I'm so excited. If you guys, and I'm assuming... Lady, what are you doing? Dog is just playing around with her toy. if you guys enjoyed my original undercover video, this one is going to... It's gonna be a vibe, for sure. Triple A Artist has resubscribed Prime for 2 months. I'm so excited for the new YouTube videos. Me too. My last month that we just got done with was not great for both views and revenue, so I'm really hoping that it'll be at least enough. The thing is, I'm walking a line right now with the anti-Semitism video, but because I cover so much harsh shit, I've put so much work into it, I think it's gonna get limited ads, and that fucking is heartbreaking to me. But I have to put the harsh shit in there because it's, you know, I'm discussing history. The incredibly long fake mustache as a disguise. No, I don't think it will. That's not for me. Anyway, this lawmaker wants to jail people for watching porn. This is something we've seen more and more on the right, and I've kind of been meaning to put together either a video or a stream looking at it, because there's a fascinating like schism in right-wingish or like anti-woke thought, where you see like for example, if any of you follow me on Twitter, you know recently I dunked on the shitty gamer Twitter account Manga Lawyer, who his entire personality is basically spending all day just talking about how like games were better when they had like tits and ass everywhere. And so he's like an example of like anti-wokeness in a gaming space, right? He's against all these wokies who are trying to desexify all these women and stuff. But on the same ideological bent, you have people like, I think it was Jack Posobiec today, sharing an AI that the entire purpose is it takes hot, scantily clad pictures of women, like women with like tattoos and women like with, you know, cleavage that they're bearing, and it covers them up. It erases the tattoos. It makes them more like just chaste and presentable, like trad wifeifies them. So you have this like very anti-sex and this very like porn brain sect, and it's been fascinating to see those two at odds with each other. Like, not really, they kind of stay out of each other's way, but they both attack wokeness for the opposite things, which is funny. Like, they would both attack me for being like, oh, you're anti-hot ladies, and then also you're degenerate because you're sex positive. It's like, can you like make up your mind here? But so we have, and this is more of the hardcore Christian nationalist that we've seen. It's not quite as internet brains, but this is like Matt Walsh on that Matt Walsh tip. And Matt Walsh thinks that porn should be outlawed as well. Oklahoma lawmaker Dusty Devers, which absolutely sounds like it absolutely sounds like a porn name, is a hardcore Christian nationalist who believes the government should terrorize evildoers. So great. Awesome. Oh, he's a fundamentalist preacher and a state senator. Rad. Dusty Devers is a fundamentalist preacher. He's also a state senator, and he insists he doesn't see any firewalls between his two roles as he crusades to outlaw porn and what he decries as the, quote, abortion holocaust. What is... Sorry, give me just 1 second. There's a weird sound coming from somewhere. Okay, my faucet wasn't turned off. It's okay. Pup's on the phone. Oh, hello, dog. Hello. I love you. Yes, oh, goodness. We're being such a booger. Again, I spent a lot of today going through literal Holocaust footage. Like, literal footage of allies, the Russian and U.S. armies liberating people from Holocaust camps for the video I'm making. It is fucking insane. It is so ridiculously tasteless. It is beyond just aggravating and asinine to compare abortion rights to a Holocaust, to the actual Holocaust. Like, where the hell do you even get off? No, Dominic Maslick, we are still, he's going to take up most of our stream, I bet. So I'm just getting this stuff out of the way first. Abolish no-fault divorce in Oklahoma. That's another thing. As we know from Steven Crowder's recent exploits, we know that they don't like no-fault divorce. They don't like when a woman can just be like, I actually don't want to be attached to you, and I'm not your property. Do not like that. They're not a fan of it. Yeah. Lane Kaplan, if you just send me a DM on there, and I'll make sure it's listed as Lane Kaplan. Yeah, no, Logan MC, take care of yourself, Jordan. That footage fucked me up in undergrad totalitarianism class. Yeah, it's like it. I don't know. I don't go too far into it, but like, I feel like I need to vent about it because it's just been literally festering in my mind all day. But it is so. I don't know. All right, give me 1 second. I think my dog knocked everything out of whack. Yeah, anyway, sorry, I'm the sole purpose of government is to, quote, promote what is good in accordance with the will of God. See, here's the thing. This is not too far off from the NIFB and what we've seen. And they use this kind of rhetoric to justify, like, when the NIFB talks about, oh, all gays should be taken out in the street and be put to death, this is exactly the same thing that they use. And granted, I'm not seeing anywhere that he's advocating that, but it's probably not far behind it. And if he's not going to do it, somebody else would probably use the platform he's using to justify that. Elected in a special election in December, Devers represents the town of Elgin in Oklahoma's rural southwest, where he grew up and serves as a pastor of a Baptist church. Oh, I'm shocked he's a Baptist. The 47-year-old politician's views are extreme, even for a Christian nationalist. Surveying American society, Devers does not see a religious sphere and a secular sphere. He sees only Christian and satanic. Awesome. Awesome. That bodes well for just religious freedom in general, too. Either you're coming under the rule of God, your creator, or you're going to come under the rule of the serpent, he said during a January podcast. In Devers' view, civil society, apart from the influence of overt Christian doctrine, is not a neutral middle ground, but rather the realm of the devil, or what he calls a serpentine theocracy. Unlike many Christian nationalists who seek to ghostwrite legislation or covertly sway candidates, Devers is operating in the open. He holds a position of direct political power and is able to shape the GOP agenda in Oklahoma and craft legislation in the Sooner State. He represents the bleeding edge of a far-right Christian movement that seeks to put the force of law behind its fundamentalist ideology, and woe be to any non-believers. With close-cropped hair, a salt and pepper beard, and tailored jackets, Devers doesn't look the part of a fire breather. No, he does. Like, he looks like a Baptist pastor. I feel like the person who wrote this isn't familiar with their game like I am. Gives elder millennial vibes. But when Devers opens his mouth, he invariably presents a jarring black and white view of the role of government, which he believes exists to, quote, protect innocent people and punish and terrorize evildoers. The fun part here is that he and people like him are the ones getting to decide who's innocent and who's an evildoer. he wants to make any abortion homicide. Eliminate no-fault divorce. While campaigning, Devers told a religious podcast he also favors, quote, public shaming for those who are at fault in divorce. In a related essay, he calls this, quote, an important act of justice for both the transgressor and the transgressed. Already grabbed national headlines for another effort to legislate his morals by criminalizing porn. Devers' anti-smut bill would subject porn creators and even viewers to felony prison sentences of up to 20 years. Dog, do you know how many people in the country watch porn? Do you know how many conservatives do? So many. The bill would create a bounty system similar to what Texas instituted in its infamous abortion bill that would allow those who rat out their horny neighbors to collect civil penalties of up to $10,000. That's fucking nuts. Like, do people not have enough going on in life that, like, you can't just let them have whack-off material? You can't even just let people just honk off on their own time. What are we doing? Devers' bill defines pornography with uncanny attention to detail as falling in one of 10 categories, including, quote, sexual intercourse which is normal or perverted, anal sodomy, excretion in the context of sexual conduct, as well as, quote, lewd exhibition of the uncovered genitals, buttocks, or, if such person is female, the breast. The bill would also criminalize sexting except between spouses. It's just like, and this is, I've seen people mention it, but this is absolutely in line with the Project 2025 shit that we've seen. Like the overtly fascist circumventing of private freedoms in the name of, well, it's what God wants. This is a Christian country, you see. Like, it's unbelievable. I do want to kind of take a look at this bill. Let's look at the rest of this. Devers did not respond to an interview request from Rolling Stone, but he has detailed his political and theological views extensively in podcasts, including calling porn, quote, fundamentally an evil. He augments his views with moralist policy thought poems like this one on X. Pornography is the opium of the masses. The powerful keep it to suppress the virulent. The immature assume it's a harmless supplement. The greedy promote it to enslave the voracious consumer appetite. The devil employs it as a bait for a banquet in the grave. Ban porn. Damn, that's deep, dude. $5 that he thinks a group in triple brackets is behind the porn industry. $5. I can guarantee it. Terry Billie Jean, thank you for gifting a sub to Procter Gamble's. And Christians Against Dinosaurs has super chatted too. Hey, how have you been? It's been rough, Christians Against Dinosaurs. I was talking about it a little bit earlier, but I did the, I actually went through a shit ton of editing today because I edited all the way from, let's see, because yesterday I got up through the 1700s. And so today I went from the Industrial Revolution, Protocols of the Elders of Zion, World War I, and then I just finished with World War II and the Holocaust. So it's been a lot. It's been a long day. I did like 6-7 hours of editing, and then now I'm here. Grace Reformed Baptist Church of Elgin. All right, I'm going to look that up real quick. I'm willing to bet there's a YouTube channel. Thank you, Fizzpocalypse, for following. Dan Morty on YouTube. You better have a good reason why you're dropping King James shit in my chat. I'm telling you right now, I'm straight up not in the mood. Like I've told everybody here already, I just spent several hours looking through videos of piles of bodies being pushed by bulldozers. Not in a place to fuck around. I will ban you. I will ban you. All right, let's go really quick into State of Homeland. This is the Senate Bill 1976 by Devers. I love how Devers looks like a username here. Squib Pope 91. We are looking at, oh, it's right here. A bill in Oklahoma relating to crimes and punishments on pornography. Defining term, blah, blah, blah. I mean, like, nobody has a problem with child pornography being outlawed and banned. What the problem is obscene material. Although I am curious if he defines, because he said for females, the exposed breasts count as pornography. What about, I almost guaranteed. Okay, Dan Morty. No more Dan Morty, everybody. Shall not... Wait. The standard for obscenity applied in this section shall not apply to child pornography? I'm assuming that's because it's delineating between adult and child, but the wording there sounds really bad. The wording here makes it sound like you are literally not holding child exploitation material to the standard of obscenity, but I am sure that's legalese for the reverse of what it sounds like, but it sounds real bad. It sounds real not good. Because they are defining it, I think, in terms of adults here, including so what it probably has to be, and this is just my 2 cents, it probably has to be like that. They have to delineate it and say that it's not child pornography because they are talking about consenting adults engaging in consenting acts, and child pornography is very much not that. Child sexual abuse materials is not that. So to make sure that they are delineating the two so that no legal case can be made about, oh, well, under this statute, like, the child was engaged in this act. So they're just saying, like, yeah, this doesn't apply to that. But also, the wording is real bad. Just real not good. Let's see. Wow, they do go into... Okay, no, let's... Sexual intercourse which is normal or perverted. The person is female. So, trans titties, not on the Iowa radar. It is the intent of the legislator that every provision, section, subsection, sentence, clause, phrase, or word in the definition of unlawful pornography is severable from each other, such that if any of the listed items is found by a court to be invalid or unconstitutional, the remaining items will be severed and may not be affected. So, yes, so that is why they have some the delineation between child abuse materials. Mithril, thank you very much for super chatting 10 euros. Blah, 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 blah. Boring. I want to get to the definitional stuff. Patently offensive under contemporary community standards in the state, and have as their dominant theme an appeal to prurient interest in sex under contemporary community standards of the state. Which, again, you can just say your community standards. Like, that's not a thing that, like, is tangibly provable because there's so many different communities. But you can say that, oh, these are the standards we hold our community to. But you can't, like, really. If they lack serious literary, artistic, educational, political, or scientific purpose or value. Straight up, making porn as art, brilliant, would be a brilliant move under this. Because you cannot prove, if it has a story, if it has a narrative, if it has actors, if it is an active performance, you might have to spruce it up a little bit, you might have to get some good lighting in there, but they can't prove you're not doing it for art. Pro tip. Rex is super chatted $10. Thank you. Just wanted to thank you for, no matter your own religion or lack thereof beliefs, making sure that us lefty Christians are welcome in your community. It's so easy to feel alienated on the left. Every person of any faith is welcome in my community, as long as they are not a piece of shit about it and understand and respect others. Like, I don't care. Well, okay, let me back that up just a little bit, because, like, you know, obviously if your rhetoric is openly violent, like a you know, like the NIFB and the hate churches that I follow, like, yeah, I don't want that, obviously, but most people in general, and especially most modern theologists, and this goes for Muslims, this goes for Jewish people, this goes for Christians of all stripes, whether you're evangelical, whether you're Catholic, like, whatever. A lot of people understand, even if subconsciously, they understand that religion and faith are meant to be inclusive, that they are meant to be places of comfort and healing and community and value. And I don't see any reason to ever turn my back on that. But especially if it brings other people happiness, if it brings other people comfort, like that, I am glad to provide a happy and safe space. No, Snake Eyes, we have not talked about that yet. We are going into some other stuff. I want to see. Yeah, okay, so just boring anti-porn shit. Let me go. Let's go to his church, though. Oh, Abysmal Agender, just watched your hate church infiltration video, and yikes the things you do for us. If you thought... the only thing I can say about my hate church video and the upcoming infiltration video I'm doing at the end of this month, if you thought my hate church video was wild, you're not ready for what I'm doing this month. You're not ready. Like, you're unprepared. It's also going to be a surprise drop, because I'm not going to be talking about it, like, specifically until I'm finished with it, and then I'm just going to drop it. Red Robin Hood, I can't talk about it yet. Oh no. Let's go. Is there oh, is this integrated on the website? 40
Good morning. Beloved, it is Good to be back with you. My family and I have been traveling for the last couple of weeks, and so we missed...
That is bad. Let's see. Slay the dragon, get the girl. That sounds rad. Yeah, I gotta see what slay the dragon, get the girl means.
We are in Psalm 22 this morning. As we go through our summer in the Psalms, we are in the second psalm that we are passing through this summer.
Oh, this is no. All right, so we're gonna skip into this because they can't speed this up at all because they got their own little player.
Jesus reminds himself of the Father's holiness. Even though he's far away, he looks back to the Father's character and his faithfulness in the past. He pleads for deliverance, not only for himself, but for his saints. During the fury of darkness, Christ cries these words out. Words that are yours. And he drank the cup of God's wrath for your specific sin-filled deeds and your thoughts and desires. He not only looks at his body, but he looks at your sin.
God, the sound quality is garbage. What are they doing?
Verse 25, from you comes my praise in the great congregation. My vows I will perform before those who fear him. Now, what does it mean? What does he mean by I will pay my vows?
$5 from Austin. Really love finding your vids this week. Awesome work. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Turn up the volume, please. Yeah, let me, because I can only turn it up so much, and I don't want to do it too much, because then the audio, it's on desktop audio, and that will be a problem.
In essence, a restatement of verses 27 and 28. He says, all authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Who's the ruler? Who's the king? Who has all authority? Christ does. And so what does he say? You go with my presence, my power.
Yeah, this dude doesn't have any. No Riz. Boring. Is that Sam Cedar? What a fucking nightmare. What else do we got here? That. Oh, right. Okay, I'll save that for later because that looks cringe. Alrighty. So let's get into the main topic. Alright, I guess I'll answer Fire Corgi first. Fire Corgi, I think you just got here. How is the anti-Semitism video coming along? And I'm about halfway through editing it. And that is... So anybody on my Patreon, you can go see like the first 10 or so minutes. And I've done probably another 55 minutes in the last day or so. That is a lot. It's probably been 12, 13 hours of editing so far. So I'm about halfway done. And then once I've got all the parts together, then I do a final sweep. And that's when I add music, make sure I have, like, I don't need to correct any spelling, overwrite anything. It's good. I think it's going to get a lot easier after today because the last couple of days has been a lot of, you'll see in the final video, but it's a lot of, as I'm talking about, you know, the history of Judaism from like literally the year 40 through to the modern day. So there's hundreds and thousands literally years that I'm unable to, there's no video of, so I have to use paintings and art and all of this other stuff to kind of illustrate my points. So finding that stuff, sourcing it, making the footage of it, like zooming, doing pans and all sorts of stuff is very time consuming. And then today was just very exhaustive because it was a lot of going through World War II war footage. and Holocaust footage, and I've talked about that already. So I'm thinking once that stuff is done, it's going to be a lot easier because I'll still have to scrub through some footage, especially for the modern section where I'm actually pulling. It'll be a little bit more like the Matt Walsh section because I have a whole segment on like Nick Fuentes and how modern anti-Semitism kind of flourishes. And for that, it'll be more like the Matt Walsh one where I'll say something and then I will illustrate it with something he said. But everything between like 1950 and then should be fine because it's a lot of like, I'll talk about a conspiracist, but I have video footage of that conspiracist. So I can just talk, have a little icon in the corner, and like I don't have to be coming up with new footage every couple seconds. So hopefully the rest of it will go a little bit faster. Soyless on YouTube. Hi, Didim. I just want to say I'm a progressive Christian and love your content. Thank you. I appreciate it. El Corgi, be careful, his fans will harass you. Talk about him. Are you talking about Matt Walsh? Because I'm not afraid of fucking Matt Walsh fans. Ah, I'm not afraid of Matt Walsh fans. Oh my goodness! Wow. Okay, hang on. A lot of people are sending stuff. Jackie sends a super chat at $5. Played any more of that new Tone Deaf Silent Hill game? I still haven't. I will go back to it. I think I'm really close to the end, and it breaks my heart to say I have no desire to see the end of a new Silent Hill thing, even one that's free. Like, it really bums me out. It's a bummer. It's a bummer. Yeah. Anyway. So this is what I really wanted to talk about mostly today. This happened a couple days ago. Justin Mohn is the name of this man. And as you can see here, the title mentions beheading. A couple days ago, Justin Mohn beheaded his own father. And this is notable as an act of violence, not just for its brutality, but because it was accompanied by a video on YouTube where he purportedly, and in this case, I believe it is the case, I have seen part of the video, I cannot stress this enough, do not go looking it up. Do not go and look it up. It's not pleasant. In the video on YouTube, he made a number of claims that were far right in nature, things like Biden destroying the country and blaming his father, who was a federal worker. From what I understand, he was an engineer or somewhere in that kind of sector, not a politician, but he just worked for the government. And holding his father's severed head in a plastic bag up to the camera as he did this. So I want to go over some really quick background stuff, because after that, we're going to get into the history of Justin Mohn. Because unlike a lot of, I want to say, people who have been indoctrinated with extremism, unlike a lot of them, there is actually a long trail pointing to Justin Mohn really needing clinical help. And that is mostly represented by his art being books and music. And we will get into all of that in a moment. But first, let us go over some basic facts here. From The Morning Call. On his social media, Justin Mohn describes himself as a musician, producer, author of 7 books available on Amazon, the commander of America's national network of militias, acting president of the United States, and maybe the Messiah. Hey dog, can you not? Do you need to go to kitchen? Kitchen? She just looks up and be like, I don't need to go to the kitchen. I'm just a little dog. Mohn, 32, was charged Wednesday in the death of his 68-year-old father, Michael Mohn, whose decapitated body was found in the bathroom of his Middletown home Tuesday evening, police said. According to court documents, Justin Mohn used a machete and a large kitchen knife, both found in a bathtub by police, who also recovered the victim's head wrapped in plastic in a large cooking pot. Police apprehended Mohn in Fort Indianatown Gap, home to National Guard Training Center, some 100 miles and 2 hours away from Bucks County. It was unclear why Mohn traveled to the area where the military installation bills itself as the busiest training center in the nation. Mohn was arraigned on murder charges at midnight in Fort Indianatown Gap, says Middletown Police Lieutenant Pete Feeney. He confirmed Michael Mohn was found decapitated in the home. Now, here is going into the video he uploaded to YouTube. In a 14.5-minute rant against the federal government posted by YouTube on Tuesday, Justin Mohn displayed what he said was the severed head of his father, describing the victim as a 20-year-old federal employee. Mohn did not admit to killing his father, who authorities confirmed was a federal worker in the video, but he called for the execution of all federal workers, claiming they had betrayed American citizens. Michael Mohn was a retired civil engineer with the Army Corps of Engineers. So, not a federal worker in the political sense, somebody who did it as a day job, like went to an office 9 to 5 type deal. Was not voting on stuff, was not in any position to undermine things unless he was like a Russian sleeper agent. Quote, all federal agents, U.S. Marshals, federal judges, and Border Patrol are to be killed or captured, tortured for information, and publicly executed for betraying their country, Mohn said in the YouTube video that has since been taken off the site. Quote, earn your place in heaven by sending a traitor to hell early. Throughout the video, which appeared to be filmed in a bedroom, Mohn railed against what he described as far-left, woke, pro-immigrant, pro-Black Lives Matter, and pro-LGBTQ deep state labor racketeers and tax-evading big tech companies, influences in the federal government that he said are destroying America. YouTube took the video down around 10:30 p.m. Tuesday after it had been posted for about 6 hours and was viewed more than 6,000 times. In the video, Mohn declared himself the acting U.S. president and ordered all militia and patriots to kill federal employees and seize federal buildings, including courthouses. He said he had access to $10 million and put $1 million worth of bounties on high-ranking government officials. So already, and I should stress, his YouTube channel had less than 10 subscribers. That I feel that's an important part that hasn't been addressed yet in this. And as we'll see here, as they begin talking more about, in particular, his artistic activities, the books that he's written, the music that he's written, it becomes, if it wasn't clear already. Dog, can you not? Really? Seriously, go. Vanish. Be gone. You were such a little baby. You were such a little baby. You were just a little baby. Don't make your dog disappear. Not Frolic, thank you for following. If it wasn't clear already, this is someone who is not well, mentally, not well. Yeah, John Bainbridge, 10 subscribers with 6,000 views in no time. That says a lot about the internet. As soon as, so here's the thing, and we'll talk about this more as well, because there's a whole thing about this being called a PSYOP almost immediately by the right wing, because nobody on the right wing in a modern context, dog, stop it, gib. All right, we're going in the kitchen. We're going in the kitchen. Are you gonna be good? Okay. Sorry. What was I saying? Right. As we were talking about, I forgot what I was saying. So, if it wasn't clear by now, this is somebody, and like I said, it will become more clear as we look at things like the books that he wrote, the elaborate fiction he created around himself, and also a lawsuit he filed against the federal government for... So, and we'll look at this more in depth because I have all of this saved. A lawsuit he filed against the government for giving him student loans because he was mad that, in his words, he thought as a white man he had been underserved and he wasn't able to get a job because he was discriminated against. And so now that he had those loans, he felt wronged by the government. Which is, it's hard to really go into that. Cheaty, goodness gracious, $50. Thank you so much. Holy cats. Whoa, wowzers. Thank you. So yeah, let's start on his artistic abilities, let's say. The graphic video begins with Mohn holding up his father's head wrapped in plastic several times as he appears to read a manifesto of sorts, giving orders and making claims against the government. Authorities acknowledged seeing the video but would not comment on its contents Tuesday night as their investigation continued. On his Facebook page, Justin Mohn Music, which is now delisted. I should also say that I had to use the Wayback Machine for a lot of the research because almost immediately after this happened, all of his books, all of his music on Spotify and Apple Music, everything he had done that was on Amazon and all of his Facebook pages got taken down. 71 followers Tuesday. He promoted 2 of his albums, The Story of Humanity and Color Funkin' Rado, which he said were released in 2017 and 2018. He described his musical style as a blend of rock, funk, and hip-hop using piano and organ as primary instruments. That is not accurate. Along with explicit lyrics, drums, synthesized bass, and other synthesized instruments. On his Amazon page, Mohn, a 2010 graduate of Neshimini High School, described himself as the author of 7 books and musician who has released 3 albums and 1 single. At Neshimini, he was voted class clown runner-up and played soccer, according to the yearbook. Quote, his life story is unbelievable, and there may not be enough words to describe him, but one may begin to understand his complexity and experiences through his art. He only wishes to bring positive change to the world, his Amazon profile said. One of the big things that I feel, from just a cursory glance, and again, we will talk about all this more as we get deeper into his books and his writings, but there is a definite sense of, there is a definite delusion of grandeur that kind of permeates throughout Mohn's story that we will start to see, where he really sees himself as a main character, so to speak, and not in a... I feel like a lot of people, I think it's normal to have a sense of self where you see yourself as, important in your own life. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean, he wrote books with like self-inserts who were the Messiah, is the kind of level I'm talking about. Like Onision level power tripping. Like we'll talk more about it. And here it also goes over, in legal filings in the U.S. Eastern District Court in Philadelphia, though, Mohn displayed his deep dissatisfaction with the federal government, specifically the U.S. Department of Education. Since 2022, Mohn has sued the U.S. Department of Education Secretary Medel Cardona and the U.S. Department of Education twice, and last year the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Attorney General. The court dismissed all these suits which Mohn filed pro se, meaning he represented himself. In the most recent court opinion, U.S. Judge Mark Kearney wrote Mohn's arguments in his latest suit, which sought $10 million, were similar to ones the court previously dismissed. Quote, he essentially claims the... Excuse me, sorry. Take a little swig of my bub tea. He essentially claims the United States lent him money, which he needed to repay under a student loan contract beginning in late 2014. But this loan allowed him to get a college education, and he cannot find a satisfactory job as an overeducated white man to repay the loan, Kearney wrote. In his opinion, Kearney wrote that Mohn graduated from Penn State University in May 2014 with a bachelor's degree in agribusiness management. Kearney, who Mohn threatened to by name in the YouTube video, wrote that Mohn stated... Kearney, who Mohn threatened to by name in the YouTube video, wrote that Mohn started repaying his student loans 6 months after he graduated, but he could not find full-time work. He moved to Colorado to take a full-time job at a credit union, according to the opinion. He later took a full-time job with an insurance company for a higher hourly wage, though the opinion didn't specify what it was. Quote, he views his work postgraduate years as malemployment, Kearney wrote. So, that is just getting started, really. Let's start with the music, because I believe this Daily Mail article has some of the tunes. If not, I do have access to, I believe... Nope, does not. Wait, maybe it does. It might. Okay. So remember when it was talking about how it's like a mix of funk and rock and like with organ and piano and synthesizers and such and whatnots. There's no real way to prepare people for this, so just kind of listen. Come on.
End up dead, but I don't wanna live here. I wanna sing and dance. If I don't move out, I might miss my only chance. Just stay at home, pay off your debt. You'll never get famous. You've never even been to LA or Las Vegas. But I don't wanna live at home forever. She's mom, you missed the communist. She's here to prove the Tsar's dominance. Dad, you missed the fascist, yeah, you almost killed your son. I know I almost killed you, cause you're not my son. You're number one, next time I'll use a real gun. If you're not my dad, then just let me live my life. I'll move across the country and find a...
Okay, so that's one song. Let's see, I think we can skip to...
You can't do that. No one will stand. We lost the fight without a sound. Once pride and joy, now a museum. We are their toys, should burn it down. Yeah, he's a wonky honky walking down the street. He looks like a junkie cause his arms touch his feet. And his pockets are clunky, but he ain't packing heat. Yeah, he's walking funky, in his head there's a beat. Is he a redneck? No. Is he white trash? No. Is he a wasp? No. Is he a racist? No. What is he? He's a walkie-talkie. A con man's promise or unpaid loans. Power is harnessed at the seat of the throne. We must pay homage, those die who don't. Let's be honest, we're creating stupid clones. To serve the land we all know who really owns. chances taken underneath of the dome. Don't be mistaken of who really owns your home.
So already in that you can hear don't be mistaken of who really owns your home and talking about we all know who really owns. It's dancing around vague anti-Semitic conspiracies, but also just feels like vague globalist Illuminati, like QAnon type shit. The other one is this is one of his albums, Justin Stalkers, which probably more than anything I've seen really feels like, and again, you may have noticed that despite the lacking quality here, I'm trying not to laugh. I am doing an honest job not to make fun of this because this is a very serious situation. And I think the most serious part of it is that this is somebody who very obviously needed psychiatric care. And to that point, I don't feel qualified in saying, like, you know, armchair diagnosing what this person needed or what they might have had. But I feel like there is an undercurrent of not just self-importance to a lot of his work, but self-persecution and deep, deep paranoia. If that wasn't clear by the 14-minute rant he did after he held his own father's head on YouTube. So to that end, I do want to discuss Justin Stalkers a little bit, because this is more, this feels like true paranoia, and Justin Stalkers actually plays a somewhat pivotal role in the ongoing conspiracies around him now. Because of his very obvious paranoia, people are looking at this, and you can see here he has the album cover where he is very clearly saying someone's following me. Other conspiracists are looking at this as evidence that he was being followed by the CIA or the FBI or some, you know, glowy government organization that was making him do these things, that was brainwashing him, that was MK Ultraing him. So the thing that is really, it's hard to call it interesting because it is such a tragic story, but the thing that I find personally fascinating is how Justin has already took his place in this conspiracy Ouroboros, where he is somebody who is very much not well, who, whether he fell down an internet rabbit hole, however he was radicalized, believed far-right talking points that we hear perpetuated all the time, like from Matt Walsh, from Mark Dice, from, you know, all sorts of mainstream political commentators. These things about anti-wokeness and LGBTQ and diversity are ruining everything, and the white, like, you can't be a white guy anymore. Like, that rhetoric, even if it wasn't from those sources directly, he found somebody who was spouting that and fell down that hole. The thing is that whatever radicalized him, his story is now being used to radicalize others. And that's the really scary part, is that as soon as, and you saw this on Twitter if you were looking at that, and I have a thread we'll look at later. As soon as this story dropped, the reason why there were 6,000, we were talking about earlier, why there were 6,000 views on the video, is because people went and sought it out because they already thought it was fake. The second they heard about it, that he called for violence against Biden and the woke LGBT mod, the same people who were always doing that, who are always openly threatening like civil war and stuff, were like, oh, this is a psyop. Oh, this is fake. And that's like the truly terrible part, because it is this, like I said, it's an Ouroboros where you are always proven right, no matter what evidence comes to the contrary. And in this case, no matter how violent and vile it is. I have these three, this is very off topic. I have these three little boba at the bottom that just do not want to fucking, there we go, got one. All right, Kippy, thank you very much for following. I am going to go refill, I'm going to go get some tea real quick, and then we will go into this, and dog is going to shut up too, aren't you? Yes, you are. All right, I will be right back. Give everybody a breather for like a half second. Just need to get a glass, and we are going to go into the music. Alrighty. Cut. Yeah, and Mockingbird again. I don't want to say armchair diagnoses or anything because I know, and you know, a lot of people know people with very disorders and mental diseases and everything else. But if I had to say, based on people I've known, like I've known firsthand, I would be willing to say that like the things I am seeing here remind me a lot of schizophrenia. And again, people I've seen with that. And that is an armchair diagnosis. I don't want to say for sure. Yeah, Mockingbird, I was going to say it's either, to me, I haven't known like people who are actually psychotic. I haven't known firsthand people who are delusional or hallucinate. I have known people who are bipolar, and I've known people who are schizophrenic, and this rings true to a lot of both of those things, more so schizophrenia. But again, Lantha57, I would say so Lantha57 on YouTube asking, do you think this is pure mental illness or right-wing ideology? I think it is mental illness first and foremost, but the right-wing ideology doesn't help because it and I was having an argument with somebody in the comments when I announced this stream. They were saying like, oh, you're no different than leftists who say, you know, who advocate, like you're no different than Antifa who advocates violence against right-wingers, or you're no different than the right-wingers who say like video games are responsible for killing things. It's like, no, because that's not the same at all. Like, well, it might be true that playing video games could trigger something in somebody who, you know, has a mental state where they need support. We don't generally see that spill over into actual violence. The difference between that and what that person was talking about is that right-wingers create a sense of self-persecution. And you see it all the time. Where even Matt Walsh, like they are constantly shifting goalposts and constantly displaying for their audience how severe everything is, how dark and dangerous these times are. Like, and this goes all the way back because I remember when I was in like conservatism, Glenn Beck would do the same thing. And you know, Rush Limbaugh did it too, but it was Glenn Beck was like, you know, our soul of the soul of the country is at stake in this election. And when I was a kid, I bought into that shit. Like that felt real. And that is something that conservatives still do. Like look at any Trump rally where they talk about how we got to get rid of the Marxist Democrats. And They're taking over our country. It's very bad, folks. It's very bad. It's like, it is never a matter of, like, just disagreement. There's a severity to it where it is all or nothing. It is a war. Like, you've heard Ben Shapiro talk about it. It's like, oh, we're in a war for the culture. And, like, it's the same thing. And for people who are more detached from reality, like Justin Mohn, who are more susceptible to already having thoughts of paranoia, already having violent outbursts, already having these issues, being told these things over and over again is just like lighting a powder keg, because this person has no other mental health recourse. Like, whether that's because they weren't given proper attention by, medical personnel, if they did try and seek it out, whether it's because their parents didn't know or didn't see the signs, like, whatever happened there. When they fell down this rabbit hole, in Justin Mohn's case, it just cemented, at least to him, all of these things that most conservatives, even if they believe, they don't believe it so sincerely or severely to go out and act on it every day. Like there is a contingent of people out there. Oh yeah, Mrs. I know it was a bad impression. I know. It's a hard one to do, in fairness. It's like most people, even if they believe, oh, the federal government is evil, or, Democrats are pedophiles, and, the Hillary drinks children's blood. Like, even if they believe like that Alex Jones level shit, they have the wherewithal to not go out and murder somebody over it. But somebody who so wholeheartedly believes, and this is something that, again, I don't think you really it's hard to understand, because depictions of mental health in popular media inform a lot of our ideas about what people who are schizophrenic or bipolar can be like. And especially with schizophrenia, which for a lot of people, growing up, for so many people, at least for me, schizophrenia was, oh, you have like 1,000 different voices in your head. And that's not really what it is at all. That can be for some people, but that's generally not what it actually is. And until you've really talked and interacted with someone who is in a headspace where they are so sure of what is happening, even though it can be defying logic that is right in front of your eyes, like in whatever case, you can't really grasp how mental illness affects conviction. Like it is a firm conviction that something is really happening. And like I said, even if it's not, straight up, somebody could think, and in the case I've known, somebody thought they had magic powers. At a point, they thought they were showing me magic powers. They did not have magic powers. They did not show me any magic powers. Again, that is not to disparage this person. I'm just giving my experience with somebody who had severe mental health issues. Yeah, hypno horror on Twitch. As someone who has suffered from schizophrenia, it is terrifying. It is. Yeah, exactly. Blood becoming. I've been on enough psych ward floors to recognize schizoaffective behavior can't really challenge them when they have flare-ups. Yeah, and that's not to say that everybody who has those issues is going to be violent or anything. What am I missing here? Oh, God, yeah, Pat talking about it. Reminds me of the QAnon family members who took out their whole family. God. No, and that's another example. God, the guy who kidnapped his children and buried them in Mexico. No, and Valerie the Lovely Italian, I don't want to say, I want to be very... Dog, what are you doing? What? Can you just like chill for a second, please? She's getting out of box. Why are you being a butthead? I want to say that most of the people I've known who have suffered from severe mental illness, I've only known a couple, but most of them I've known. In fact, I would say all of them I've known, I would not quantify as being violent, at least not directly. Like, it is not something that manifests necessarily that way all the time, which is another thing that is very harmful about a lot of popular media. Because like when I think of, for example, when I think of like when people talk about, the criminally insane or whatever, I literally think of Arkham Asylum. That's just my personal dog. All right, sorry. My dog thinks she has something behind a box. I'll be right back. What? What do you want? There. Nothing there. See? You just chill? Chill. Move. Anyway. But Mockingbird, like, it really is like... And that's not at all what it is. Like when you think of like the inmates in Batman Arkham Asylum, the video game, and they're, frothing at the mouth and running and screaming at you, and their eyes are all bugged out and wild. It's not really like that at all, which is why I think there's so many harmful stereotypes associated with like depictions of mental illness in media. And when people talk about like, Batman just beating up on mentally ill people, it's like, that's kind of what they're talking about. Like that's not the recommended treatment for the disorders that are being expressed there. It is not to literally just bludgeon them until they pass out. Anyway, this is getting way off track. Oh goodness. Wuggles, dog keeps interrupting during mental illness time. Pretty sure dog hates neurodivergent people. If she does, she has a weird way of showing it. Both of my partners are neurodivergent, and she loves them. Like, loves them. Dog is crazy about them. Chaos Bug, thank you for subscribing. I did miss that. Yeah, Miss Tiger Jones, big difference between a dangerous person and schizophrenia. Like, yeah. Like that's not saying that people with schizophrenia can't be dangerous, but like that having schizophrenia is not automatically a dangerous thing. It is something that just needs treatment, and more people should be aware of that and be able to recognize those signs, I feel. There's a spectrum of vulnerability to radicalization, though. Amber Westcott Baker, yeah, and that's what I am, and Joe Dax, anyone can be dangerous. That's what I'm really trying to get at here, is that people who are already susceptible to power fantasies, to feelings of persecution, to intense feelings of paranoia. And again, I don't want to judge what he has or what Justin Mohn has. But, and as we'll see from this song and his writings, whatever he is suffering from, I feel it was only compounded by right-wing ideology, which led to him killing his dad. Anyway, let us look into Justin's stalkers a bit.
Yo, you're Justin Mohn. I heard you were gonna be here. My name's Mwah, 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 Mwah. Wanna smoke this blunt with me? Here, take a hit. I heard you sing while I'm a producer. I wanna make cool music with you. And books with you. Here are my friends. Spray, 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 and Leo, 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 Leo. And here are our guns. You're either with us or against us. Can I count you into my crew? Can I make art with you? Hi Justin, my name is Sha-la-la-la, la-la-la. You're an author, that's so cool. I read your books, you're no fool. You're on your own at 27, but this world you rule is so cool. And you're so kind, so let's be friends. I'll hurdle any obstacles to be with you until the end. My life depends on you, your words are the only thing I've ever heard true.
Procter Gamble's This Guy Sounds Lonely. I think that's another thing that is not that isn't being addressed by a lot of the coverage of this, is that so many, and I think it goes hand in hand with his kind of delusions of grandeur and seeing himself as this very important like figure in like an ascendant movement, is that it sounds like, and you can hear it in this music where he's talking about like somebody literally coming to him and telling him how cool he is and how nice he seems and how much they want to be friends with him. And it really does feel like somebody who is in this crying out for help and nobody really noticed. You know, and in one way I'm almost glad that, I'm not glad isn't the right word because of the way everything happened, but it seems like this is somebody who would have been ripe for being a lolcow. We did know he went on poll boards and stuff at some point, but I am grateful that he was never necessarily subjected to that. No, Sonny Fox, I don't think hardly anybody knew about this. Like it didn't really, there's one review. This is on the Internet Archive. People have started uploading some of his stuff. D's Nuts on February 1st, 2024. They're now deleting uploads of the beheading video. Yeah, it's, all right, let's go. Mommunist the Communist. We had heard a little bit about that one. Let's go Sometimes.
And a shot of gin, smoking 5 bowls of weed. I look for love in bad places, anywhere to call my home. I look for no familiar faces, 'cause I'd rather be alone. I look for fun with bad people, anywhere to find a drug. I look for signs of trouble coming, so that I can join along. Sometime.
So I think I feel like we get a taste enough of the music. I don't think we need to go all the way into it. Let us then go into, and I hope these work because most of them are on the archive, Internet Archive. because nobody has uploaded his books and stuff yet, which were sold paperback. For the purposes of research, I'm regretting not buying them because I had an inkling a couple days ago. I was like, maybe it's probably gonna get taken down. I should probably buy it, but I didn't. One of his books. So here's another thing we're going to notice is that his books, for obvious reasons, don't get a lot of reviews. However, a lot of them have generally 1 5-star review from an Amazon user. And I think we'll read the reviews. I'll let people decide. I think the Amazon user review is him. And Mockingbird, he got a publisher? No. Amazon lets you self-publish. I've self-published on Amazon. Like, it's easy. Watch this. Check this shit out. I wrote that. Like, anybody can put shit on Amazon. Like, you want a book of doom poetry? I got you. I got you. 97 pages of poems based on the video game Doom. I got you. Yeah, anyway, this is the one thing I published on Doom. Or on Amazon. It was, yeah, where did I don't remember why or how. I spent like a couple, like 2 months working on that. It's just like a little goofy, like, I think the entire concept was like, it would be dumb if somebody did this, right? And then so I did it. And it's just, now it exists as a fun thing that I can look back on and still be like from the second I pressed publish on it, it was like, yeah, that would be really stupid if somebody did that. And then I did it. And then it's just been a stupid thing I did. Sixers fan for life. Don't worry about it. How do you pronounce that last name? Don't worry about it. So, yeah, Amazon really lets anybody publish anything, as evidenced by this book Mohn published. I believe this was 2017. So he publishes things in spates. Like, he had, like, I want to say 2 or 3 books published in 2020 alone. And I want to start with this one, and they go all over the place, really. There are some that are fiction, some that are quote-unquote nonfiction. The Revolution Leader's Survival Guide: How Schools, Workplaces, and Social Norms Kill the Genius Inside All of Us is the name of one of his books. And we see, again, kind of reflected in the lawsuit that he had about feeling malemployed as a white man with a college degree. From the author of the... mind you, all of this is written by him. Like, this is important to know. From the author of the dystopian novel They Will Burn This Book, which is compared to novels such as 1984 and Brave New World, comes a revolutionary nonfiction book about the constraints against education, creativity, and human progress throughout history until today, and what we can do to stop this problem. The author views the world on the brink of either a golden age or of world peace and space colonization, or instead, a second dark age of global wars and depopulation within the next couple decades, if not sooner. Although primarily a fiction writer and songwriter at age 25, author Justin Mohn felt obligated to write this nonfiction book next, as soon as possible, not just because of the shape of the world is in during... Okay, now I'm reading it right. Not just because of the shape the world is in during the 21st century, but from his life experiences, which he shares in this riveting book in order to help cover otherwise bland textbook topics in an explosively entertaining and educational manner for the reader. Okay, I will get on the mods. Alright, I'm getting on it. Give me a second, guys. I do not have mods. I am just me. I should get some mods on Twitch, though. Alright. Oh, hey. Seriously, dude? Oh my god, you're such a fucking loser. The guy posting the lightning bolt, he's been, for people on Twitch, he's been posting on my shit on YouTube forever. He made like 3 new accounts to just post on my stuff. Like, how much of a like loser shit, for real. Yeah, it's LTG again. Yeah. Spaceboy Digital, I'm sorry, this is unrelated. Does Amazon allow graphic novel publishing? I don't see why not. I think you can pretty much post like whatever you want. Like, I mean, within reason. You know, you can't like do extreme stuff or like pornography or anything. But yeah, you can do. I'm sure. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do graphic novels. But anyway, back to this. I do want to read the rating for this because it came out April 5th, 2017. This was reviewed on July 8th, 2017. The book is a wild ride. It includes a time travel through history's greatest geniuses, information on intelligence and genius, and strategies offering help and advice to anyone today who feels quote-unquote different. The research behind this book is immense. Just look at the sources shows the writer did his homework. Many stories in this book are about very important characters in humanity, such as George Washington and Galileo, just to name a few, contain information which no one will easily find in a history book. The depth in which the author goes into detail about these amazing humans' lives is very admirable. I learned things about their past that I never would have imagined had happened. Although this one actually seems like it might not be from Mohn. The authenticity Mohn speaks with, especially in the opening chapters, is particularly refreshing. In an age of know-it-alls and holier-than-thouers, the realness of the opening chapter speaks to many of the voiceless, who know they are smart but have felt excluded from the bullies of the world. He hits the nail on the head on the role of genius in the world today and in the past, and how these people are often ridiculed, excluded, and ostracized from the masses that are hell-bent on living in the, quote, survival of the fittest mentality, which for most people comes out more like beat down anyone who is better than you at anything. Yeah. Let's go to... So, okay, so we mentioned the They Will Burn This Book, which... again, when the thing says, you know, this is going to be... Or his book has been compared to 1984 and Brave New World. He's the one who compared it to that. Like, I need to be clear on that, as we're going to see with this one. Wuggles, I have not been able to read any of it because everything has been taken down and none of it has been uploaded to the Internet Archive yet. So this one is 420 pages. It was released the year before in 2016. Mind you, 2 years after he apparently graduated from high school. And I need to, again, we have 1 5-star review. I cannot preface this enough. This is now, we're coming up on almost a decade ago. Like, this is a long history this guy has had with these, like, whatever malady has been troubling him. And it has just been getting worse, as we will see. The dystopian novel heir to the throne of classics such as Brave New World, 1984, and Fahrenheit 451. Song lyrics included in storyline. After World War II, Canada, America, and Mexico organized under one government, Northwest Continent, as the superpower of the world, blah, blah, blah. It is a... If you can see here, like, this is just a lore dump. Like, this is just a big old lore dump on this political novel he's made. I'm more interested in the about the author because Justin Mohn is a 26-year-old musician and author of 3 books and 1 music album. He has plans for several more science fiction books, including sequels and short stories, as well as nonfiction books with topics of economics and the sciences, and of course, more music and poetry. Justin's first dystopian book, They Will Burn This Book, has been compared to 1984, Brave New World, and Fahrenheit 451 in reviews. So let's go look at that review that he has, mind you, multiple times used. It is a good story and an invigorating one. The review is less than a month after the thing came out. Hey, dog, stop. Kitchen. Do you need to go to kitchen? I'm so serious right now. You're being such a butthead. Like there are so many things in here that just, again, it just says Amazon customer, so I have no way to prove that it's actually reviewed by Mohn, but the fact that both this review and the last one both mention things like how feelings of alienation and being like a special chosen one and like a genius that nobody else respects are important parts of the review. Like those just feel very, I don't know, let's say it's coincidental. And here also the interesting part where Justin keeps continually saying it's been compared to 1984, Brave New World, and Fahrenheit 451. This book is up in the ranks with these politically charged masterpieces of the past, but Justin includes one aspect in his story that the authors of the post-World War II era lacked: hope and faith. This reader read the book and quite literally had to reevaluate his life afterward. Long walks were needed and silent time was necessary. The book was that profound and the message hit home so accurately. I highly suggest this to anyone who wants to learn more about the world they live in, why and how it is corrupt, and what we can do to change it, and maybe bring it down and establish a new order where we can do things like, oh, I don't know, go to space. That is interesting because space travel, and if you remember, here we are, oh, I don't go to space. If you remember, one of the things that Mohn's talked about earlier, I believe in the video, or no, it wasn't in the video, it was in the other book, where we will either see a future with space travel or we're going to see like the entire economy and everything collapse. Which makes me, again, feel like this is just straight up his review. All right. Oh, there's so much more. Let's check out America's Coming Bloody Revolution. Because as time goes forward, we see, like, by and large, I don't think anybody is going to argue that the quality on these things probably lacking. But by and large, up to this point, like 2017, 2018, a lot of his stuff was fairly harmless. Like, if somebody wants to write their own weird sci-fi novel, and maybe if they put themselves as a protagonist, ultimately, who cares? Like, if other people want to make fun of them, that's not going to be me. Like, you know, you do you, boo, I don't really care. Like, if you want to do it, go for it. But there is a definite point where his rhetoric gets much more violent, especially in the last couple years. Such as America's Coming Bloody Revolution. Similar to Thomas Paine's Common Sense, published in 1776, which helped inspire the American Revolution, this short, easy-to-understand pamphlet explains why another revolution is likely in America and how such a revolution could be successful. It is literally a pamphlet because it's 32 pages. This one Does not have a review. Here's another one that I felt kind of... This is one of those things that you see and you're like, oh, no, actually, that makes total sense. Because if you remember when we were going through the other stuff... Oh my goodness, Kinetheus, thank you very much for super chatting $2. He has done all of the cover art for himself. Like I feel that's pretty obvious. 2020, again, if you remember when we were listening to music, there's a lot of weed talk. Like, there's a lot of talk about getting home, smoking a bong. He even sampled, I don't think he probably recorded it, but sampled a bong in one of his tracks. A collection of short poems by author, musician, and producer Justin Mohn with themes of love, war, revolution, science, and drugs. All of the poems were written by Justin Mohn when he was either in college at Penn State University or living in Colorado after college, and you guessed it, high on marijuana. Poetry readers, learners, academics, and musicians will immediately notice the strong musical beat in Mohn's poetry. There are over 80 poems in this 140-page poetry book. Mr. Hot Indian Guy, can I be your Twitch mod? I didn't play Harry Potter game to ensure JK Turf doesn't get any money, and I will buy your Doom poetry book. Maybe. I by the way, I do not care if anybody reads the Doom books. Like, that does not concern me at all. I was just showing it off as a fun little goof. I am not I'm not looking for pity buys by any stretch. Yeah, so somebody said read the sample. I don't think I can, because this is through the Wayback Machine. It's not actually on Amazon. All of his stuff has been delisted. So I think Amazon has probably scrubbed it from the server. So when it's pinging back to Amazon, it just... I tried to pull up some of the stuff earlier. It's just going in circles forever. Like, I do not think any of this stuff can be read until somebody eventually, hopefully, uploads it to the Internet Archive. Okay, which I would find personally fascinating to look at. Let's go to... So I have two more books, and then we will look at some other stuff of his. So here's another one from 2020. That's the third book from 2020. And here is where we get to, again, in the video where he killed his dad, he talked about, like, his army, and we talked about how he put, apparently, according to him, $1 million bounty on members of the government, and he talked about his army rising up. We see also here the very pompous isn't the right word for it, but a self-important streak, and you can kind of see that in previous books where he's like basically called himself a misunderstood genius. Yeah, The Second Messiah, King of Earth, by Justin Mohn, and we see he is using this is a picture of himself, and then I suppose cameras snapping his picture. After a young adult musician, this is very likely a self-insert, named Buster Moon, which is honestly not a bad name, but also his last name is Mohn, so Moon is not much of a Moon is not much of a change there. Moves from a small farm in Ohio to the affluent city of Colorado. Again, Justin moved to Colorado. He quickly notices things aren't quite right, and the people are strange. As Buster becomes the main focus of the city and the entire state, he slowly and painfully learns the dark secret of Colorado, involving a widespread satanic cult, the Democratic Party, and the Cold War. Eventually, Buster gets more attention than he thought was possible for any artist, but not in the way a normal celebrity does, in the way a religious icon does. The only thing more absurd than the fiction book is the fact that it is loosely based on the life of author and musician Justin Mohn, whose 4-year stay in Colorado caused multiple lawsuits and changed the possible outcomes of the 2020 U.S. presidential election by exposing 3 presidential candidates as corrupt, which forced them to drop out of the race. I have no idea what the story is behind that. But that's... Marquis Desaad, I don't know what 3 he's talking about. But again, like that is a, like, again, if somebody wants to put out their own music, regardless of quality, I am a firm believer that if you do a thing, you can call yourself a thing. If you self-publish a book, you can call yourself a writer. If you self-publish music, you can call yourself a musician. That isn't so much a problem for me. So when he goes on these tirades and tangents where he calls himself a musician and an author and all that stuff, that's technically true. But it just seems like none of it was enough, and he needed to keep doing more and more. And that, along with people, I feel like people just continually didn't notice. Like, it didn't seem like he had a real network. A lot of artists and writers, like, for example, I use Twitter for networking a lot of the time. A lot of artists do. A lot of writers do. It doesn't seem like he was really part of any networks where, you get to know other writers and you would exchange tips and be like, retweet their stuff when they have a new project out. Doesn't seem like he really did any of that. It seemed like he was very solitary and alone. So all that being said, it seems like nobody really knew, outside of, a couple people, he existed. So a claim like he changed the outcome of the election, and we can see very clearly here, satanic cults, the Democratic Party, these are foundational aspects to conspiracies like QAnon. I don't know if he was a Q supporter, directly at least. Yeah. And here we have, this is an outlier among the reviews. A glowing example of the powers of what PSYOPs are done on the American people. MK Ultra victim. So this book that he wrote about a conspiracy that he created and involved himself in is now being called a PSYOP, perpetrated by the U.S. government, and he is a victim of MK Ultra. Which is just wild. It is wild to have all of this at your fingertips. Like, the ideas around this stuff, and you can just go and look it up. And then to still look at the facts of this and be like, oh no, he wasn't really a crazy person. And I mean crazy in a colloquial sense. As the people on Twitter and stuff would say. The right-wingers on Twitter would say. He wasn't actually crazy. The government just made him look that way. Gully Foil has subscribed. Thank you very much. And this is the last one I want to talk about. He had other books as well, but this is the most recent. This one came out December 31st, 2023. And it is a sci-fi novel about, it actually, here's the thing, conceptually, doesn't sound too bad, if I'm being honest. But the name, not great. Could use some workshopping. But it is essentially like a dystopian, another dystopian far future sci-fi novel. That, if I can get this open, the interesting thing here is that I think it includes another self-insert character named Proto. He rallies the citizens of the planets, including cyborgs and AI deemed inferior by the Pink. Here again, we see feelings of inferiority rising up to the top victoriously. He rallies the citizens and leads a rebellion against the Pink to try and stop the Pink before it's too late. The war is fought everywhere the Pink is found, across the billions of light years of galaxies in the known universe, involving armies with septillions of humans, cyborgs, and robots. Again, we have his fixation with space travel. Like, oh, Blood Becoming, all of his stuff is up on Zeeb Library. I'm sure it's terrible if you want EPUBs to check out. I honestly kind of, we don't have time. Like, I would like to actually look through that second Messiah one, where he kind of makes himself out to be, because I would be fascinated to know how QAnon-y it is. But I feel like going into the actual writing of these things would be too tempting to make fun of. Not necessarily for me, but I think it's just like, I don't know. It's I think we get the idea, really, is kind of what I guess I'm getting at. But here's the thing. Almost immediately, and I've talked about this a little bit already, almost immediately after the video was posted, where this person who was very obviously taken by conspiracy theories, he has been called a PSYOP. He is now, it is just, it's so hard to watch this stuff continually going on, because here's somebody who was very broken by a system that was not given the care that he very obviously needed, and fell down a rabbit hole, whether that was QAnon, whether that was Illuminati conspiracies, whether that was InfoWars, whatever. He fell victim to parts of the internet that constantly feel self-victimized and are constantly coming up with new conspiracies to justify that. And it caused him to eventually lash out in violence and justify those violent actions. And instead of seeing the human behind that tragedy, the same type of people who inculcated him with those conspiracies just see him as one of the conspiracies.
SkylarJWellfire.com, Final Days Report, episode 317. What timing? Crazy young man allegedly decapitates his father, a government worker, and has a call to action for militias and right-wingers for a revolution. Ironically, the Democrats, and probably many Republicans as well, are trying to ban militias to keep their criminal enterprise afloat, their insider trading and everything else. This plays into the recent protection of Satanists and the war on Christians. Also, you will not believe the cartoon being pushed.
This is actually fascinating because we've covered a lot of this stuff. I think he's going to talk about Has Been Hotel. We've talked about the Satanic Panic before. One thing, and I do want to go into this because, again, I've been working very heavily on my video on historical anti-Semitism. So a lot of this stuff is fresh in my head. The allegations of, like, attacks on Christian culture and society are just dog whistles, which, you know, shouldn't be surprising to any of my viewers. But it's been happening for so long. Like, people don't realize how long these same dog whistles and these same culture, like, people think like, oh, it goes back to the 80s or maybe the 40s. It's like, no. Like, this shit goes back to, like, the 1800s. Like, since industrialization, really, all of these fears of the outsider, of taking over white culture and shit, like, really frothed forward. And they've never proven accurate at all. It was actually very funny. There's, God, what's his name? wasn't Wilhelm Marr. It was somebody else, but there was a German writer who, maybe it wasn't Wilhelm Marr. It doesn't matter. It's in the video, but there's a guy who basically predicted that, I believe it was Wilhelm Marr, who predicted that, like, the Jews would overtake Germany in 1920. That if nothing was done about them before 1920, in the next 40 years, because it was like the 1800s still, they would overtake Germany and make it the Palestine of Europe. And he was so sure. He said, this is not a prediction, but a prophecy. Like, this is guaranteed to happen. Famously, Jews did not have control of Germany in the 20s and 30s. Famously. So, yeah, it like, that's where we talk about, like, conspiracists constantly moving goalposts, because they have to account for things that are, like, literally undeniable. And so, like, in that case, it would be like, after World War II, it becomes, oh, okay, no, but the Jews were actually in control because they faked the Holocaust so they could get Israel. It's like, that's not, that does, like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And so this guy, like, literally starting off with, Christian society as being undermined. No, it's not. We've been hearing the same shit for hundreds of years now. It has yet to bear out in any conceivable time frame. Like, they always want to say, like, oh, we're right on the edge. It's the same as, it's what makes conspiracy so similar to cult mentality, is that there's always there's always something, a dark cloud hanging right over. And it's why so many, like, dominionist Christians and modern evangelicals feel, I think, even subconsciously, we recognize how dangerous they can be. Again, not all Christians by any stretch. There are perfectly normal people out there. We're talking about, like, the dominionists, like we were talking about earlier, who, think like, oh, we need to be a Christian theocracy and God's going to judge everybody and it's either us or them. Is like, I think people subconsciously know that's bad and they realize it because of the severity they're talking about and how at odds that is with just, like, the things we can see around us, What do you got there? Okay, you're fine, I guess. Yeah, no, Jen Scarlett, the rapture is happening this year for sure. That's a great example. Like, it's, it's the cult leader who says, okay, no, the end of the world is happening now. And then it doesn't happen. And he goes back in and he's like, oh, okay, well, actually, I misread the message from God. It's happening 3 years from now. And the rest of the cult goes, okay, we're just going to stick around for 3 years. It's like you have to keep accounting for that. It's almost like a sunk cost fallacy. We had to recalculate. But that's really similar to how these conspiracists work, is that if it's been 100 years of them saying, Christianity is under attack, it's so much worse than it was then, even though they were decrying all the same things. And people are still here. Like, as much as they want to be like, oh, it's led to rampant degeneracy and we're a modern Sodom and Gomorrah, that's literally what they were saying 50 years ago, 100 years ago. Like, people are just getting a little bit less of a stick up their butt about stuff, and they get in a whole tizzy about it. Anyway, it's a whole thing.
On Amazon Prime for kids that basically says Lucifer is the good guy. Folks, woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Isaiah 5:20. We're living in lawlessness, absolute dark times. I want to play this video of this relatively famous
case in point
TikToker, and her reaction is classic. And so Amazon has a cartoon where they're promoting Lucifer as the good guy, and there's so many.
And this is, we are still on the topic of Justin Mohn, by the way, but I do want to watch this because I need, like, a tiny little bit of a palate cleanser. But it is super not for kids. If you watch literally like a minute of Has Been Hotel, it has a demon spider twink talking about his fluffy tits and, like, fucking a lot. Like, it's It's not for children.
Any flaws with this story. Just about the whole thing is a lie. And the one in the end kind of cracks me up. Lucifer made hell. Lucifer didn't make anything. Let's roll it and check out her reaction. I think it's priceless at the end. But if you're somebody, a grandparent, or have young kids, you better protect them. I would just get rid of Amazon Prime personally. But here we go.
So Amazon is putting out a new cartoon about how Satan was secretly the good guy.
Once upon a time, there was a glowing city protected by golden gates, known as heaven. It was ruled by beings of pure light, angels that worshipped good and shielded all from evil. Lucifer was one of these angels. He was a dreamer with fantastical ideas for all of creation. But he was seen as a troublemaker by the elders of heaven, for they felt his way of thinking was dangerous to the order of their world. So he watched as the angels began to expand the universe in their ways. From the dust of earth, they created Adam and Lilith, equals as the first of mankind. But despite this, Adam demanded control, and Lilith refused to submit to his will. She fled the garden, drawn in by her fierce independence.
First off, this is really bad editing. You don't need to play the whole thing. You can just play the reaction. Second off, I find it very funny that he's already, like, he's watching something. You could probably easily find a video by somebody like me who's, like, not promoting the show, but knows that it's not that bad and is like, you right-wingers are getting in a tizzy about nothing. But he found somebody, probably because it was easier, that just affirms his biases already, which is very good. Also, the negative space here is driving me up a goddamn wall. I cannot stand it.
Lucifer found her and the two rebellious dreamers.
All right, we're gonna... okay, hold on. I skipped forward, but I want to see if she's actually clutching her face in horror.
Destroying federal buildings. I wonder how many of...
Oh, he's anti-Semitic too. Of course he is.
Created,
oh no, she's like genuinely shocked by this. That's very funny to me.
So Satan's the victim now?
And Satanists, they'll tell you that Lucifer is the good God because he has given the knowledge of good and evil. You need to think about the Freemasons, right? And their black and white floor, good and evil. A lot of Satanists will do good, but they'll also do massive evil as well. And they think it's the balance. It's all a lie from the pit of hell. If you're into that stuff, run from it, my friends. Absolutely run from it. Many Satanists have come to Christ with this ministry.
Many Christians have also come to Satan. And I mean, should I say that? I'll say it. I mean, like, you can still come to Christ. You know what I mean?
And it just gets worse. The war on Christians is going to be over the top. Man who destroyed Satanic Temple altar in Iowa, charged under hate crime law. You can't make this stuff up. You need to think about BLM and Antifa destroying statues, destroying federal buildings. I wonder how many have actually been charged and placed in jail. I remember reading stories.
A, a fucking lot of them. B, destroying statues, cheap-ass statues of, like, Confederate soldiers and shit is harming really nobody and is a net good for society, I think. Destroying a temporary altar that is protected by religious freedom, whether you like it or not, is a crime. Like, they're very different things and not really... although, thank you for connecting this with my earlier thing. I appreciate that.
Stories
I didn't even
where
plan
some
that.
of the Antifa members, BLM members, were...
All right, let's go.
And they're convicted by the Holy Ghost and come to Christ.
Every time
Right? This story caught my eye because this is something I'm thinking about doing potentially, is starting a Christian coffee shop. I had a dream about this years ago. I'm not sure there's enough time to do this, but we need to keep moving forward, right? Christian coffee shop in Colorado faces brutal protests, says it's spiritual warfare. And some of the pictures are crazy.
Why are you going to talk about... Let me see if he It's a Christian website. Ends of the library is super chatted $2. Not like that's a new interpretation of Satan. That's very true. Okay, well, this doesn't sound bad. The Drip Cafe is basically an idea from our project where we're helping homeless people get out of homelessness to break those chains that are holding. Like, okay, but is it one of those things that Christians love to do where they only help people get out of homelessness if you go to church and do all this other compulsory shit? Oh, this is very even-keeled. Calling face protests from LGBTQ and communist protesters who want it shut down. Oh, yeah, no, here we go. Homosexuality. This organization is opposed to homosexuality as an alternative lifestyle. The Bible instructs it as, so basically saying homos deserve to die. Oh, gee, I wonder why we're getting boycotted. No, you're not. If I hate this shit, this love the sin or hate the sin shit. If you are saying somebody deserves to die for something, you cannot say, oh, we're instructed to love those living such lifestyles. No, you're not. Like, you are literally saying you deserve to die. There is no love in that. Anyway, let's see what this guy says about it.
Some of the graffiti, the sabotage of their business, the vandalism, the death threats. Are there any arrests? In my understanding, they have a statement of faith, probably on their website, that says homosexuality is a sin. So pray some of these protesters, I do think some homosexuals have not 100% been given over to a reprobate mind, because
Oh, he's one of these fundamentalists. Okay, no, he's on the reprobate tip. Okay. I'm sorry, I was unfamiliar with your game, weird conspiracy man.
Homosexuals getting out of their sexual sin and getting delivered from the demons that are possessing them. But pretty wild, right? If you're walking with the Lord, expect persecution and tribulation.
Sound off in chat if you've got a reprobate mind.
Make you have stronger faith, my friends. All right. Want to get into how they're breaking down freedom. They're dismantling the United States for this one world government. And it just reminds me of Matthew 24:12. And because iniquity, lawlessness shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. This is an end of days marker. This is what we're seeing right now. This is.
All right, let's. Get to the conspiracies about the thing. I've been thinking of, so I've been working with Kelly Dean Verity, who has done some wonderful, they've done the wonderful art of lamb chop that you see right below, right there. That's our little mascot lamb chop. And they've done some really great Baphomet art on their own. And I've been working with them to do more like cool merchandise and stuff, and I'm thinking of a t-shirt that just says reprobate, but in like a really cute
14
font.
minutes long, hours after
like with
it
a little
was
Baphomet
posted. In my understanding, it was a gruesome scene, and the lady I'm going to play, I mean, the guy seems like he's disturbed, but what's wild, and she's unlocked this, it sounds like he's had contact with the feds. So
here we are. This man who we've watched up until here is about to make the case that Justin Mohn is a PSYOP, that he has had contact with the feds. Keep in mind everything we've looked at here that portrays a very clear history of somebody who needed psychiatric care, of somebody who had very big fantasies, epic fantasies, that he often starred himself in as a very important, underappreciated leader. And they are taking that, conspiracists like this are taking that and running with it. He also had paranoia, as we saw in the album where he had 3 songs titled after Justin Stalkers. So yeah, let's see how they, I want to make sure that that he doesn't show the video. So let me, okay, no, it's going to be somebody else.
But her take on this decapitation I find interesting, and I'll leave the link to her video. It's about an hour long, and she ties in Columbine and some other MK Ultra type information and does a pretty good job. But you just got to think back and just say, isn't this interesting? This crazy man and the story of decapitation ironically fits right around the time they're trying to really destroy the Constitution with, again, the corporation of the United States. It's wicked. Let's roll.
This guy is like a... I just saw this when I was in, like, doing some investigating on Justin Mohn on the Internet Archive. This guy is like a conspiracy turducken. Like, every time he says something, I find that he's into a new thing. Like, first he's like extreme evangelical, believes in reprobate mindset and giving yourself over to Satan and actual demonic possession, and now he believes in PSYOPs and like MK Ultra mind control. And then he also believes in like sovereign citizen stuff now, where he's talking about the corporation of the United States. Wow. Like, wow.
What?
Hello, Shabiria, as well.
We're going to be talking about Justin Mohn, the 32-year-old
that's Cyrus's thing. I won't take it.
Pennsylvania man who allegedly decapitated his father, who was a federal employee, and then posted a 14-minute video manifesto.
Really quick, somebody in the chat asking what has Columbine got to do with the MK Ultra. And you could probably single-handedly blame Alex Jones for this, but like most, and this was why Sandy Hook was like such a pivotal thing, is for the last 20 years, really since Columbine, Alex Jones in particular, and a lot of sovereign citizens, a lot of libertarian types, private militias, will basically look at any mass shooting in America and say, oh, it's a false flag. It's a false flag operation. And Alex Jones will, well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a false flag operation that's obviously coming to grab your guns. And the Democrats want to use these crisis actors to take your guns away and try to destroy the Constitution. And it's like that's the thing that they say. So when they say like, oh, any act of violence is MK Ultra, it's a glowy op, it's a psyop, that's kind of what they're trying to get at for one reason or another.
Which was on YouTube for about 6 hours before it was taken down. And in the video, he claims to be like the leader of a national militia, and it's called a call to arms to American patriots. And it appears to be, it reads like it was written by an FBI agent that...
Here's the thing, when you actually listen to it, and I wonder if how much she's gonna show of it, it doesn't read like it's written by an FBI agent. Like this is this bizarre, like it reads like somebody in these movements. Like this main guy, the way he's talking about how the government wants to destroy the Constitution and Biden wants to overthrow everything, and like we're in such a tumultuous time, and the devil, like it reads like somebody from this space. He sounds like this, and he's trying to play this video saying, oh, actually, it's like FBI, if you really listen to it, but it's not.
This is like what the FBI thinks.
Sheila Johnson, $5. Thank you very much. Thank you for delving into this. Anytime.
But I think that it's important to note right off the bat that from my investigation, and this just broke last night, so obviously.
My investigation, which, like, I don't want to make it sound like I'm doing a whole lot of journalism here either, but what is your investigation? Because if you're tying in Columbine to this, like, I feel like you're pulling at looser threads than I am, like actually looking at his words and writings and everything to draw these conclusions about him and the ideology that he has very clearly been influenced by for at least a decade.
Obviously, I haven't had much time to research it, but from my initial investigation of Justin, he does appear to be a mentally unwell person. So we could be dealing with a schizophrenic individual, somebody who is obviously mentally unwell, but we could also be dealing with somebody who maybe came into contact with somebody who works for the federal government. Like, there could have been people.
Here's another, sorry, I know I keep pausing it, but every new sentence is a treasure of nonsense, and I need to just admire it. Another thing I cover in the anti-Semitism essay is the concept of conspiracists going out of their way to believe the hardest thing to believe instead of the thing that is very obvious and staring them right in the face. So it is easier to believe that this person was, understandably, like, mentally needed psychiatric care. Okay, they can believe that. But it is easier to believe that this person who was on nobody's radar, who put out 7 books, 3 albums that had no reviews, nobody watched. He wasn't even on a lolcow scale. Like, people on the internet weren't even, like, laughing at him in YouTube videos. It is easier for them to believe that he was, in fact, on an FBI, and maybe he was on a watch list, like, since the Patriot Act, like, watch list got nuts, but that the FBI reached out to him, this very disturbed man, to have him kill his father. As opposed to, again, these people that we've already heard espousing this extreme rhetoric, talking about in such grave and extreme tones, like, oh, the fate of our country is in the balance. Like, we've heard that in this video, that same kind of rhetoric. It is easier for them to believe that it was part of a PSYOP than it is that this mentally disturbed man was influenced by the constant, dire, grave warnings that America is under siege and society is going to collapse and Biden is a communist who's going to take us all over. Like, it is easier for them to believe the harder thing to believe than the thing that is right in front of them.
Online that were influencing him, that he talked to, or maybe somebody in his life that influenced him to do the things
I'll be right
he
back.
did.
I'm going to get more tea.
Now, there's also allegations, I don't know if this is true or not, that somebody else had reported him to the FBI earlier in, I believe, 2023, so in the summer of 2023. I do not know that that has been substantiated. It's just an allegation based on a 4chan post, so I will show you that. We'll just go ahead first and bring up the news articles discussing the story here. But just keep in mind, there's something very strange about this whole thing. To me, it kind of glows, and we'll talk about why. Because just 2 weeks ago, 2 Democrats introduced a bill to essentially criminalize perfectly legal and lawful militia activity, and the language was very similar.
That is not what they did. So as we see here, literally word for word what she just said, Democrats propose bill to prohibit militia activity. Let's go to USA Today for maybe more balanced look. Paramilitary groups are illegal in 50 states. Will a new federal law stop them? Federal law proposed against so-called militia. New legislation proposed in the House and Senate seeks to outlaw paramilitary activity, including patrolling and drilling. The federal law would add to state laws against the groups often self-described as militias, which, as USA Today reported in 2021, exists in all 50 states. So it's already illegal in all 50 states. The Preventing Private Paramilitary Activity Act was proposed by Senator Ed Markey from Massachusetts. It was introduced on the 3-year anniversary of the January 6th insurrection. Oath Keepers found guilty of seditious conspiracy. Numerous other members of the Oath Keepers and other groups have been charged in the insurrections. All 50 states technically have laws on the books outlawing citizen-run groups that engage in law enforcement or other activities reserved for government agencies. but those laws are seldom used in prosecutions. That's what this is talking about. What they want to make it out to sound like is that, oh, the government is going to take away your guns. What it's saying is that you and your dumb hick buddies cannot get together, get drunk, and go round up illegal immigrants at the border anymore. Like, you got to stop that shit. Like, that's basically what this kind of law is meant to do. Private paramilitary actors are a threat to our democracy, which is true. Yeah, so it is, again, not nearly at all what they're trying to make it out to be. They're trying to make it out to be like, oh, the government is gun grabbing and they're gonna, but it's like, no, stop trying to take the law into your own hands. Because you are clearly not cut out for it. It's like, God, I wish there were laws for journalism. But it's like when people like Tim Pool or Andy Ngo call themselves journalists. It's like, you're not though. Like, you can call yourselves a militia, but just because you run back and forth sometimes in the woods, like, that doesn't mean you're actually trained. That doesn't mean you actually understand, like, military tactics.
To the gang affiliation language used against the Whitmer guys. And we have been saying that part of the Whitmer case, part of the goal of what they were doing there and why they charged those men with gang affiliation was to lay the groundwork for criminalizing militia.
All right, let's go.
Employees after beheading his father, who was a federal employee, just as Democrats are pushing for a bill to outlaw armed citizen militias. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, though. Yeah, Democrats bring bill to prohibit armed citizen militias.
So again, let's say for a second, again, let's actually think through this conspiracy for a second. If they're trying to ban militias, right? And if the feds, as these type of people believe, have massive groups, like apparently these people, I don't know if these people specifically, but a lot of conservatives believe that the worst actors in January 6th were feds, that they were plants, they were undercover, they were agent provocateurs, as Alex Jones would say. If that's true, why wouldn't they stage a bigger action showing an actual militia or self-called militia in action doing something bad, as opposed to one person who is very clearly, obviously mentally disturbed, killing one person? Like, what kind of false flag operation is this? Like, when you really lay it out, the conspiracy that they're trying to link it into doesn't make sense. And it makes so much less sense than just understanding that their rhetoric leads to things like this. When people who need psychiatric care instead just get pumped full of this shit. Devin Wonka, thank you for following.
Literally what a big part of the Fednapping hoax was about, criminalizing militias. These screenshots come from Justin's Facebook page and a post from 4chan. He's been actively posting lunatic-laced rants, really strange album covers, and pictures with crazy MK Ultra eyes for over 10 years. He has an active federal lawsuit regarding his student loan situation. And then, of course, this happens at the same time that they're pushing for this bill. So, moving on here, obligatory for people who don't know who this is, it's Dave McGowan, author of the book Program to Kill. And that's super important. Remember I told you guys to keep in mind Colorado Springs. Severed head limbs on their body parts found inside freezer New York City apartment. That was just on the 23rd. Everybody forgot about that. And here we have this. From yesterday, another beheading. It's just very strange.
I don't know why your Twitter's so zoomed in, Mockingbird. It's really bothering me.
Henrik Palmgren says apparently it's easy to buy severed heads that just happen to look almost identical to the one in the plastic bag of one Justin Mohn recently seen in a video.
Guess what? When you put a head in a plastic bag, they all kind of look the same. You couldn't see it that well. Like, this is moon landing shit. Like, this is saying that because there are prosthetic heads out there, like Hollywood level heads. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen makeup effects and prosthetics in the last, like, decade. Shit looks real. There's good stuff out there. But that doesn't mean, like, this is, if you saw somebody in a car crash, for example, you just walk up for the first time, and God forbid, somebody's arm comes off. This knee-jerk reaction is like going up to a car crash, seeing somebody's arm there and being like, that's a Fed prop. I know that. I've watched the special features on all the Saw movies. I know what a prosthetic looks like. It looks just like a real hand. You can't fool me, PSYOP. Like, it's just like, it is so detached from reality that is easily verifiable. Like, the police have verified the man died. The police have released the fact he was beheaded. I'm sure there is a coroner's report to go along with that.
This whole thing doesn't seem like a gay op at all. Apparently, you can purchase a severed head that looks realistic for about $300 there, it looks like. And I think it's important to note that I did watch the video, and I'm not going to play it, but I'm going to say that I'm not an expert on what, like, severed heads look like, but looking at the pictures of Michael Mohn, Justin's father, and looking at what he displays in the bag, it really does look exactly like this.
I don't want to go into the reasons why that could be, but bloating is a thing with corpses. When you... I don't want to talk about it. But when parts of the body go through extreme trauma and extreme blood loss, they can look a little bit different. I don't want to go into how different. They can look different. Shit happens.
Thing here, the nose seems different, but then again, the whole face kind of looks swollen, and there, you know, it looks like bruising, and maybe that happens, like, I don't know. Like I said, I am not an expert on this, but I just...
My favorite part of these conspiracists are the ones who go, no, I'm not an expert on this. Yeah, no shit. I can tell. I can tell because all of your research is just random Twitter posts. You aren't looking at the actual, like, history of things that Justin Mohn has shown before.
Just thought that this is worth mentioning and pointing out that, you know...
It's not.
Because, listen, okay, nothing would surprise me of, like, the lengths they're willing to go to just, like, make stuff up to get what they want. Justin Mohn, our militia head chopper, applied to the Pentagon after graduating. Oh, that's interesting. I wouldn't necessarily read too much into this, as he applied unsuccessfully to about 1,000 jobs over a few years span. Apparently, he ended up working at Progressive Insurance in Colorado. Wow. These are job applications that he had put out. DOD, Department of Navy, Naval Education Training Command.
Again, we know, again, if she had done the actual research and looked at his body of work, we know that he saw himself as a unrealized genius of some sort. Like, Argonian Bum, thank you very much for subscribing at tier 1. Mighty Mulatto has super chatted $5. The Thibodeau massacre was basically groups like the Atapaca Rangers and the Iberia Guard shooting striking sugarcane workers in Louisiana. Jesus. Won't learn about that one in school.
He wanted to be an auditor of a defense contract audit agency. He applied at the SEC to be an economist. So it's just amazing. You know, again, it's one of those things where he was obviously on the radar. This is good.
I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. Like, this is wild. This is wild. Gabriel Alejandro Ortiz Santos. This is dumb, man. It is. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. All right, I'm gonna get through. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna go into more of this stuff, because this is the real deep lore that they end up talking about.
He claims to have contracted for Microsoft, so he claims to have been a contractor working at Microsoft.
Okay. Why would you? And this is something that conspiracy theorists do a lot. But why would you start off a video by acknowledging that he is not mentally well and then take him at his word on literally anything? Like, with somebody like this who has such obvious delusions of grandeur, why? Why would you be like, okay, well, obviously he did this?
He claims to be a national militia leader, which again is patently false. He claims he reported labor racketeering to the FBI.
He also claimed, let's not forget, he claimed that he influenced the 2020 election by exposing corruption for 3 candidates and forcing them to drop out.
Like in his local area in Colorado or something. He also made the claim that both political parties wanted him to be the president in 2020, and that, you know, it's just insane, and that the FBI betrayed him. Like, the guy sounds mentally ill and unhinged, so just take a listen to some of the bizarre things he says here. This is around 10 minutes into the video.
On companies firing employees so that there is a constant level of unemployment, which creates a constant level of homelessness, which creates a constant level of crime.
One of the things that was also immediately apparent is he's absolutely reading from a script. He's got some kind of Word document on his computer that he's reading from. Now, I don't know if he wrote this himself or if it was furnished.
Gee, I wonder if he has, I don't know, a history of writing messed up stuff. I wonder if he has a history of making grand gestures to revolution and violently overthrowing the government. Mayhaps in some published work that was easily accessible. Who's to say? Better not look into it. Might mess up our conspiracy.
To him to read, but you can tell he's obviously unwell. But again, also, supposedly this horrific crime has just been committed and the room is yet pristine. Not one drop of blood, as far as I can tell, on that.
Again, I cannot express enough how little these people actually understand about, like, crime scenes. Do you... When you put a head in a plastic bag, that's... You stop getting the blood everywhere. It's also not to say that we don't know if he killed his dad here. I'm going to say maybe not. Also, you can, like, there's places in this room you could kill them behind the camera. Like, the idea that it doesn't look like a horror movie, like it's not Texas Chainsaw, and there's not, like, blood splattered all over the walls is enough for them to be like, I don't know. This looks pretty fishy to me. It's like, do you think it's a one-room house? Like, that's I feel like that's all I really, like, be serious with your serious conspiracies. Like, this is...
door handle on the door, and it's a white door. This is bizarre.
Well, Foxbat, lots of ways people can die that don't leave a lot of blood. I would say yes. Generally not decapitation. Do you have a body behind that camera? I don't think so. I think I moved it. Yeah, no, I don't have a body behind that camera right now.
Bizarre.
To fill up the prisons so that prisons, lawyers, and courts can make money. And in these democratic cities where the...
No, Takashito, that's actually a really great point. If there was blood, they would claim it was corn syrup. Like, and maybe not even corn syrup, but they would be like, well, look at how movie sets can make blood look this way. And it's there is... Again, there is always, it's a hydra. If you cut off one head, 3 more pop up. Like, any way you can disprove these conspiracies with facts, they will come up with new ways to prove, actually, that actually proves it if you think about it. Like, if you were to say, okay, factually, this man died and his son killed him and cut his head off and put it on YouTube, they'll be like, aha, then you are actually the glowy PSYOP FBI agent. You are spreading the military propaganda. It's like it never ends for them. It always needs to have another thing. Like, there needs to always be a new tangent that it goes down.
These labor prison rackets thrive. Only the far left woke and LGBT employees have job security and get promotions, while the quota of unemployed...
By the way, I've literally heard people talk like this. If you go and listen to the church infiltration video I did, one of the guys, when we were sitting down and I was having lunch with the NIFB Hate Church members, one of the guys literally was telling me about how he hated his job because unless you were like a purple-haired lesbian and got affirmative action, you couldn't get a raise or anything like that. Like, again, when people are talking, like she was saying, oh, this sounds like an FBI script. I've literally heard people, like, with my own ears, 2 feet away from me, say this shit to me unironically.
Employment and homelessness is often met with the cream of the crop of America's educated, straight white men simply because they are educated, straight white men and affirmative action is in place.
Again, let's also remember he had a history. Man's literally tried to sue... What the hell, dog? Man's literally tried to sue the United States government because he got a student loan and couldn't find a job and blamed it on him being a white man, an overeducated white man. Like, this is literally a legal document. Let me pull it up real quick. Here is Mohn v. United States, December 6, 2023. Justin Mohn, a 2014 graduate of Penn State University, returns for the 4th time pro se, that means he's representing himself, to sue the United States for allowing him to borrow money to attend college without advising him he may not find satisfactory work as an overeducated white man almost 10 years later. He essentially claims the United States lent him money, which he needed to repay under a student loan contract beginning in late 2014, but this loan allowed him to get a college education and he cannot find a satisfactory job as an overeducated white man to repay the loan. He seeks over $10 million from the United States. We dismissed his similar complaints 3 times, including a negligence claim. Graduated in 2014. So this is something he's been doing for almost a decade. These legal actions, specifically blaming his status as a white man, blaming diversity. But no. Again, it's easier for them to see, oh, Fed, glowy, op. Then look at the actual history behind this guy.
Buzzwords, woke, affirmative action, militia, blah, blah, blah. Like, if you just, it literally reads like a fan fiction written by an FBI agent who is trying to imitate what an extremist would sound like. Oh, yeah, you know, throw these buzzwords in. And it all happens to be, again, things that matter to the Democratic Party.
What did I say? What did I just say? What did I just say? Also, saying that those are things that matter to the Democratic Party, as if, like, one of Republicans and conservatives' biggest issues in the last couple of years hasn't been anti-diversity, anti-CRT, anti-trans wokeness and all that shit. Like, come on. Come on. You're really going to play that card that, oh, these things are important to Democrats, not literally everybody on conservative sides will not shut up about these things? All right, let's go to, I've had the right amount of you. Let's go to, I have one more, and I'm going to skip through this video because he does actually show the head, and I don't want to I've seen too many dead bodies today, if I'm being honest. But hang on.
Are you still interested in a solar-powered generator?
Fuck no,
Pay
God.
special attention, because I'm going to do something that until recently we've never.
Here's the truth about the coming.
Are you kidding me?
This might be your only warning. According to official reports,
All right.
How they want to.
All right, so this guy is another conspiracy theorist who has made up his mind about Mohn. All right, and yeah, the head did look like that. Compared, like, contrary to what that lady wants to say, it doesn't really look like this. It looked like the guy's head. Don't want to go into more detail than that. Looked like the guy's head.
She found the rest of her husband's body. He decided to murder his 68-year-old father for betraying his son. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers stated that it was deeply saddened to learn of the tragic death of our teammate Michael Mohn, who had served with their geotechnical department and had, I suppose, literally...
Also, this guy, whoever this guy is, Jim Goad, is a, like, genuine piece of shit. Like, he has an incredibly shitty, smarmy attitude. Very, like, self-aggrandizing. Uses all this dog shit AI art for all his videos. Terrible. Terrible. But he makes a point here that a lot of other people have made, and I thought it was important to include.
Been a federal worker of some sort. As I write this, Twitter has been blocking all searches for Justin Mohn over the past several hours. Apparently, the government and tech industry are huddling together and deciding how they want to package and utilize the story.
That is not the case. What happened is as soon as the video went up, a lot of conservatives and conspiracists did what they always do and spread it around as much as possible. They were spreading what essentially amounts to a variety of snuff film on the platform. Generally, people don't like that. Advertisers, even less so. Especially for a platform as embattled with advertisers as Twitter. Again, there are perfectly rational reasons behind these things. But it is easier to think that the government is working with Twitter when Elon Musk, famously not the biggest fan of Democrats right now, and I say right now because that could flip-flop for all I know. But it is easier for them to think it's some grand cover-up instead of just like, stop putting beheading videos on Twitter. Like that's it. They don't want people looking up the beheading video. They did a blanket block so that anybody looking for it will not be able to find it. Very simple.
It's impossible to make sense of this on such a tight deadline and with so much evidence already hidden, but maybe that's the point. It all reeks hard of schizophrenia, and the main question is whether Justin Mohn was merely a freelance psycho or was receiving some professional coaching. I think online political poisoning has made everyone a little more insane than they were only a few years ago. Compared to the rest of us, though, Justin Mohn clearly had, wait for it,
yeah, he's a piece of shit. And that's just a painting, by the way. That's not a real head. And let's go one last look. I want to look at the people pointing out this as a PSYOP, and then just, again, as a kind of end capstone summary to this. We've seen a lot here already that points to this person being very disturbed very isolated, very alone. And someone who genuinely needed help. And he turned to, instead, conspiracies. Like we saw it even in the little bit of his writing, echoing blood libel and Democrat conspiracies, satanic cabal nonsense. And the thanks he gets for being one of these people, for being a victim of their hateful rhetoric, is to be consumed by the conspiracy itself and regurgitated as another part of it. Which is, again, they just don't know how to see the human behind it, which I think is incredibly sad, because I genuinely think this is going to keep happening. Maybe not exactly like this, obviously, but it's not the first time we've seen somebody who has gone so far down that rabbit hole kill their family members at all, and blame it on, there was the QAnon guy a couple years ago who killed his kids, both of his kids, took them out of state, and I think he buried them in Mexico. Like, it's not the first time. And the more these people try to deflect, instead of coming to a reckoning about the role that their rhetoric actually plays, the more harm I think it's going to do. The Pennsylvania YouTube beheading story is an obvious PSYOP. When we said the deep state would intensify their operations ahead of the 2024 election, this is exactly what we were talking about. Way too obvious. Probably next, stoking the flames of a race war. Predictable. 33-year-old Justin Mohn. Come on, guys. 33? Is 33 a thing I don't know about? 33 likes. Oh. Nashville had 33 all over it. Yep, fake and gay. Says Justin 17. Yeah, was that? Oh, you're right. Tiger Jones on Twitch. 33rd degree masonry is absolutely a thing. Yep, you're right. Here we go. It's not about the murder, it's the narrative they craft around it. That's the PSYOP. Dude, don't. This guy responds with, got it, thank you, as if that's a reasonable reaction. You're literally, while you are calling it a PSYOP because of the narrative around it, you are literally forming a narrative around it that is more ridiculous than the thing that actually absolutely happened. Goodness gracious. Thank you very much. But Muffin48 has used 32,053 bits. That is such an odd number, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. It comes in waves. He hit every single talking point and said every single crazy thing that we always get accused of aligning with. It was too perfect. It couldn't actually be that those are the things that you're constantly saying. Anti-diversity. The Biden government is a corrupt globalist organization. Like, these are things that they actually say. Like, this is not, this, like, get accused of saying thing. It doesn't hold water because it's the things you actually say. You do those things. The fact that YouTube left that video up for hours makes this believable. Did anyone see the head? It's like 3 times the size of a normal head. It's not. Okay. Fun fact, nobody in the reply section has a frontal cortex. Yeah, I don't know what was up with that. I want to go to, can I not see quote tweets on desktop? I don't know if it's going to show it, so I'm not going to take a chance. What the hell? Let's find another. Oh yeah, Elijah Schaefer, of course. Parish doesn't exist. Oh, that post has been deleted. Weird. Great. White National Socialists. Talking about, first off, the fact that white National Socialists can have a fucking account is free speech platform, everybody. Yay! So this guy kills his dad and is calling for militias to attack federal courthouses and for American patriots to assassinate federal employees at the exact same time a bill to make militias illegal is going through Congress. And the video is still up on YouTube. That's a PSYOP. The video was up for 6 hours. It's not exactly like a grand slam point proven. Glowies, absolutely. He looks Jewish to me. Definitely a glowy name. They are doing username Tyler Durden 9968 is doing research into his family name history. At the 7:14 mark, he mentions restoring Judeo-Christian values. Obvious plant. Yeah, because that's something that they never fucking talk about. Like, that's not a thing that is constantly talked about. Oh my god. LGBTQ. He literally talks against the LGBTQ. All right, let's go to a little bit of slightly better news, I feel. One of the major bills Mighty Mulatto has super chatted $4. I wonder if Daddy disinherited him. I don't know. I feel like it is for people who are so deep into both conspiracy and violence, it doesn't take a big trigger generally. Curry Crips has followed. Thank you very much for following. What are you doing, goofball? You okay? You swallow water wrong. Did you swallow water wrong? Aw, poor dog. Who's the troll? Is that 40-ounce frog? Cute cotton candy cat, Jesus Christ. Alright, where is 40-ounce frog? I'm trying to find him. Coward and Twink. Oh, where the hell did he go? I saw him on the chat, but I can't find him on the phone chat. Yeah, maybe he left. Okay. Okay, so he's just lurking. All right, let me... Oh, you came here for a hate crime. Well, the only crime you committed is me hating you. Get that ass banned, bitch. Got him. I have no idea what he said first. I messed up. Yes, Reed. We are looking over as a nice little end cap, I feel. Clown down. Iowa passed the bill, HB 2082, House Bill, which would remove gender identity protections under the Civil Rights Act and declare transgender people disabled. However, and this also, this was a very contentious thing. Obviously. However, it was almost unanimously rejected. This is part of the ongoing culture war on the right. Matt Walsh likes to, like we're obviously making big progress and all this other shit that he likes to say. The truth of the matter is that tons of pro-trans activists shouted it down, and it was rejected except for 2 people voting for it. The decision was met with cheers and chants in the rotunda at the state capitol from LGBTQ+ rights advocates who have shown up to speak out against the proposal. Those advocates decried classifying a transgender person as disabled and said shifting the protections would weaken civil rights protections for the transgender community, opening up some to face more discrimination. Yada. Quote, "You seem to think that being trans is some kind of ideology, so I'll say it plain. There's no such thing as transgenderism." Wickdendahl said, "There is only transgender people. We are human beings. We are American citizens. We are Iowans, and we do not deserve the abuse we are getting from our government." Fucking A. Right. Snowy Deer, thank you for subscribing. And Enzo the Librarian just super chatted, "Dog isn't buying into the conspiracy BS either." My dog is a very good bullshit detector. Yeah. Wishman said it would simply make it easier for businesses to get rid of employees based on their gender identity. I guarantee you people will lose jobs over this. Republican Representative Jeff... I don't know why Jeff Shipley is not a hard name to say. Why did I stumble over that? Republican Representative Jeff Shipley introduced the bill last week, saying he hopes to start a conversation about gender identity protections. The most pressing question lawmakers need to clarify: how does someone establish themselves as a member of this protected class? The idea of a protected class is inherently like a dog whistle. The current definition of gender identity given is a circular definition, meaning it defines absolutely nothing about what the word actually means. Oh, that's just Matt Walsh shit. It's just like Matt Walsh getting frustrated, like, well, what does this mean? If you can't actually define it, then it inherently doesn't have meaning. Anyway, hundreds of people here to testify. Beautiful. You love to see it. Oh, I missed this. Moms for Liberty candidates in Linn-Mar School District, Iowa have lost all their races. Yeah, it's another thing, and if you guys don't follow Aaron, go follow Aaron, because the coverage they do is phenomenal. They are always on top of it. But it can't be understated how much, despite being profitable for people like Matt Walsh and people who want to make documentaries, in their own circles, those being like pretty far right and conservative circles, anti-trans rhetoric is popular. Broadly, outside of that, nobody gives a shit or it's unpopular. And this has borne out several times now. Like, almost any candidate who has made this their central issue has lost an election. And it's very heartening to see. And really the only way they can continue doing it is to basically like nepotize their way into positions like, I haven't talked about this yet. Chaya Reichik. You know her, you don't love her. Terribly Gene has used 500 bits. Pride. Hell yeah. Libs of TikTok fueled bomb threats at Oklahoma schools. The superintendent just hired her. Chaya Reichik, the woman behind the anti-LGBTQ account, has been tapped to serve on the state's Education Library Media Advisory Committee. I cannot stress enough, she has literally no qualifications for this. Like, the most significant contribution she's made to culture has been a Twitter account. Like that's her qualification. She is not qualified. Like she's not about this life, you know? Oh, come on, Rolling Stone. Are you kidding me? USA Today got my back, Rolling Stone. Busters. The woman behind the Libs of TikTok social media account has been asked to serve on an Oklahoma Library Advisory Committee, the state superintendent said Tuesday. Ryan Walters, state superintendent of public instruction, said Chaya Reichik, who created the popular conservative social media channel, was a good fit for the job because, quote, no one has done more to expose what the radical left is all about than Chaya Reichik 10 and Libs of TikTok. And what he means by that is just like taking out of context videos and openly harassing people. Like Chaya Reichik, and I talk about it a bit in, I think I talked about it in the Matt Walsh video, but like stochastic terror is her bread and butter. It is stochastic terror. Hers is a powerful voice to protect Oklahoma kids from porn in schools and woke indoctrination. It's not porn. Like they're God, I hate it. I hate / love it when they bring up the porn in schools, because they'll be like, here's this book that is for adults, that, you know, or for young adults, or here's this book that is about sex education, and it's like you really do want just the most bland, closeted form of conservative oversight on everything. Like, you really don't want kids even knowing their own genitals until they're like 18. Reichik, a former Brooklyn real estate agent, famously always trustworthy people, who grew up in Los Angeles, created the Libs of TikTok account on Twitter in April 2021. Schools, hospitals, and other public institutions around the country, including Oklahoma, have been targeted with threats as a result of the content that is reposted on the Libs of TikTok account. Walters did not get into specifics about what Reichik's position entails in the statement, merely stating that her, quote, unique perspective is invaluable as part of my plan to make Oklahoma schools safer for kids and friendly to parents. Chaya is on the front line, showing the world exactly what the radical left is all about, lowering standards, porn in schools, and pushing woke indoctrination on our kids, according to Walters. It's so wild to me how much the modern conservative mind thinks that, like, going to school is literally just being, like, sat in a chair and unironically, like, Clockwork Orange with woke indoctrination. Volunteer advisory board appointed by Superintendent Walters is made up of parents, current / retired librarians, and English literature teachers. So a bunch of people who might have expertise, and then Chaya. Union smut peddlers and Epstein Island advocates. Good God, how does somebody like this get elected? Oklahoma is ground zero to take back our schools from the radical leftists. I am proud to have her as a fierce defender of conservative values. God, that's just nightmarish. He's called for the review of 190 books with LGBTQ plus themes, 4 pornographic books, parent quote, yeah, as well as a change in what he calls Oklahoma's woke information literacy standards, according to reporting by the Oklahoman, part of the USA Today network. I will check that out. Republican state rep Mark McBride, who questioned the appointment, said there are many Oklahomans who are better qualified for... Oh, it should be noted, she doesn't live in Oklahoma. That's a very important part of this I totally missed. Mickey Dolenz, a state representative, Democrat state representative in Oklahoma City, questioned why Walters would appoint someone with no educational background to the advisory committee. Why did Superintendent Walters appoint a social media influencer to the state's library advisory committee? What are her qualifications? Is she a librarian? No. Education background? No. Does she even live in Oklahoma? No. Are you kidding me? USA Today? Are you fucking me on this? Ugh, unbelievable. Oh. Yeah, no, she lives in Brooklyn, I believe. If not Brooklyn, then definitely New York. I believe it's New York. Rychik did not respond to a set of questions sent by NBC News last week. Yeah, whatever, Kaya. She's been a real estate agent in Brooklyn. Here's what I'm looking for. Last August, a local news station, K4, filed an open records request with the State Department of Education, asking which school sites had pornographic material, which books were deemed inappropriate, and how many of those books were found. K4 told me that, to this day, no proof has been provided. Walter's appointment of Rychik is a distraction tactic. His department erroneously issued substantial bonuses to at least 9 teachers, some as high as $50,000, and is now demanding the repayment of those bonuses. The error of giving bonuses to teachers who apparently did not meet the qualifications for them has caused considerable disappointment among those teachers, not to mention financial distress for those who had already spent part of the bonus. Jesus. The distribution of those bonuses and Walter's decision to claw back the money, as reported by the Oklahoman, raised questions about his leadership and judgment. Yeah, no shit. Walters told reporters last week that the bonus program, quote, is the most successful program in Oklahoma's history. According to the Oklahoman's reporting, Walters said, if any individual lied through the process, those did not agree to follow the stipulations, we will claw back those dollars. Oh, no, right. This was Oklahoma. We've talked about Oklahoma recently because of the furry ban. Responding to nonsense stories about students identifying as cats, has proposed a statewide furry ban requiring a student who dresses up like an animal at school to be picked up by a parent or, get this, be removed by animal control. Real issues, including the underfunding of our schools, a lack of adequate mental health services, and the need for more comprehensive career guidance, remain unaddressed. Rychik's appointment is a symptom... Damn, they're cooking with this one. Rychik's appointment is a symptom of a larger problem in American politics of elected officials increasingly deciding to create controversies to gain fame and distract from their failures. This trend is detrimental to the democratic process and the fundamental principle of governance, which is to serve the public good. Fuck yeah. Yeah, no, Carrot and Nekonaut, I have a stream highlight up talking all about the furry ban, quote unquote furry ban. As citizens, we have the power and responsibility to ensure that our elected officials prioritize our needs and address pressing problems. We must remain vigilant and demand that our elected representatives focus on real issues rather than engaging in political theater or partisan agendas. If the last few years are an indication of what's to come, if we don't show how much we disapprove, their tactics will only continue to escalate. That's very true, and I love how well and succinctly put that is, even from like a very centrist lib outlet like MSNBC, because it is talking about both sides of the political aisle, which it is a problem. But the problem, the bigger issue there is that I have a feeling that Democrats, Like for example, look at John Fetterman. John Fetterman is doing political theater right now all over the place. He does not have the support of his base, largely. Like, largely. People do not like him right now. They have turned on him. However, look at the other side of the idol. Look at Trump as primary example number one. Somebody that Greg Abbott, somebody that Ron DeSantis are obviously emulating and patterning their behavior after. Their attention, headline-grabbing bullshit. It's performative. But then you have other people like Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene who have also been emboldened by his rhetoric. And in the end, that ends up creating this environment where they are trying to be influencers in office. Like, they are trying to be these figures who are transgressive, who are trying to do these, like you've seen Marjorie Taylor Greene in like all of her Hunter Biden BS, where she'll like show pictures of Hunter's hog in hearings, like just to be transgressive and just to shock and awe. And the thing is just like with Trump, the base eats it up. That I feel is one of the big differences, is that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, because so many conservatives don't really care so much about what the people who are meant to represent them are standing for, as much as they do how much those people piss off the other side. Like, if you can piss off the wokies and the libtards and the cucks, then you have their vote. Like, that's all they really care about. And that is definitely detrimental to the democratic process. Oh, man. Bye. Logan Mansion Games, thank you for stopping by. What else? Do we have anything else? Any other news to go through today? I might have one more Demon Rats. Demon Rats is very funny. I love, oh, we could do the Neuralink thing. Yeah. So I hate Neuralink because for the last year I finally started working on, because I've been meaning to for those who don't know, I'm a writer. I've written stories, I've written short stories, I've had some published, I've made games. Like, fiction and narrative is like my thing, my like passion, so to speak. And last year I started writing an actual novel. I was like, okay, I have an idea. It has enough to be put into a novel. And as I've been thinking about it, because the last couple of days I've spent stewing since Elon Musk actually put a Neuralink in somebody, and I've been like, oh, motherfucker, because like now if the novel ever comes out, people are going to be like, oh, you based it on Elon Musk. Boo, boo, boo. I've been working on it for like since before Elon even announced like, oh, we will put microchips in monkeys' brains and make them kill themselves, and it will blow up their head, and it'll be just like Blade Runner. Like, since before he ever had fucking an inkling about this shit. Yet, because of the last year and how busy I've been, I haven't had a chance. What I really need to do, and still am planning on, and I hope after the next infiltration video, if this next month does really, really well, I would like to take like a week or two and still do streams and still like do like smaller videos, but like go and overhaul everything, because it's half of a novel, over half of a novel right now, 60,000 words. And I think like there's stuff there that I still think is really, really good, and stuff that I can overhaul to make more sci-fi, more horror-y. But it is a science fiction horror book that's basic premise is about a trial for a neural implant gone wrong from a tech company. So like it is technically similar, but it's really more of a, like, when I started writing it, the entire thing, when I concepted it, which is a very dick sucky term, I don't really like concepting it. I was trying to think of like if David Cronenberg made a modern story. Like if you look at, because I was watching Videodrome. I distinctly remember this. And I love Videodrome. It's one of my favorite Cronenberg movies. And one of the things I love about it is how it gets at the anxieties of the self and the loss of self in a like brave new frontier, so to speak, of media, which at the time was like television and the advent of the internet and how humans can connect in that world. And so like I kind of thought of like, okay, well, what would the equivalent of that be? Like if Cronenberg had to make a story with obviously not the same thing, what is the equivalent of like VHS today? And it's streaming. And so the idea stemmed from, okay, what if somebody like got a streaming device in their head and it fucked everything up? So yeah, I've been, and I need to go through and overhaul some stuff because as I've gone through it before, but whatever. Anyway, it's a whole thing. The point is that he's upgraded from monkeys to a real human brain, supposedly. Initial results showed promising neuron spike detection, he added. Birdie Blake, thank you for following, and Callie Thorne, thank you for following. The person, who wasn't identified, is recovering well, Musk said via X, formerly known as Twitter. Initial results show promising neuron spike detection, he added, referring to the cellular activity between our brains and our nervous systems. The news comes months after Neuralink began recruiting potential human test subjects for its clinical trial. The company got Food and Drug Administration approval for the trial last May, saying it wanted to enlist people ages 22 and above who are living with quadriplegia due to a spinal cord injury or a amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, the disease that robs people of the ability to control their bodies. Precise robotically implanted. God, so fucking lame. Like, the thing that really bothers me about so much of this, though, is that it is all so very obviously driven by Elon Musk's need to be seen as this, like, Tony Stark-ish genius inventor type, when, A, he's telling more talented people to go and make these things and, like, vaguely overseeing it. He is not, like, toiling away in the lab programming this thing. B, a good business person wouldn't be announcing every step of this fucking plan. Like, all of this shit would be under wraps if this was like Steve Jobs or anybody else. Because Elon cannot help but put out everything he's doing at every time so that he can get the fawning adoration from his fans who just, like, will slob his knob over literally anything. Like, oh my god, you made a PS1 car that will crumple up like a Coke can in an accident. Elon daddy, yes. And I feel like literally calling it Prime and giving it a stupid name like this is really proof of that. Like, again, calling your product telepathy. God, it's... Look, I know the book isn't... Like, the book I'm writing isn't out or anything, but it is surreal to write a book that is still meant to be, like, somewhat satirical. And I am constantly, like, if I'm coming up with, like, product names and shit, I'm like, okay, that's too on the nose. Rein it back on this. But then to have shit, like, actually happen in real life that is just like, I'm not saying I came up with like telepathy as like a name for anything, but it's just like That's too dumb. Like, that's a thing that they're trying to do, and it's too fucking dumb. Enables control of your phone or computer and through them almost any device just by thinking, he tweeted Monday evening. Initial users will be those who have lost the use of their limbs. Imagine if Stephen Hawking could communicate faster than a speed typist or auctioneer. That is the goal. Also, very, very weird for Elon Musk to be bringing up Stephen Hawking right now. Yeah, it's been very annoying to see just like the endless like amount of fawning over this when it hasn't been proven yet. Like if it gets proven, cool. It will suck because here's the other thing. There are so many companies working on this shit and have been working on it for years. Like using brain impulses, using other muscle groups. Like there have been a ton of prosthetic programs that have used, they will hook up like say somebody who's missing an arm, they'll hook up a prosthetic arm and it will actually rely on impulses from your back muscles that you basically have to learn how to use a muscle group differently. Because you can, if you can flex and move your shoulder and your back muscles, it will be able to move the arm and the hand. Like, and that's from easily a decade plus ago. Like, it is a constantly evolving, like prosthesis, and especially like implants. It's a constantly evolving thing. And the idea that Elon is just trying to like take it and be like, no, this is the thing I'm coming up with, and I'm this. Oh, it's so annoying. God, I hate him. Why did I save this? Hey, do we have any Vampire the Masquerade fans in the house? Well, no, Tiger Jones on Twitch. And breathe. Tiger Jones on Twitch. It's super interesting because there is actually the thing I've been thinking of forever that I'm like, okay, what would you need to really make like a full immersive VR experience? Like aside from, you know, Matrix style jacking in, like what would you really need for that? Because I love what I played of VR. I don't have a VR headset right now because I'm poor. But like the idea that, you know, you want to have full autonomous body control and feel like you're really moving through something. Grumpy Queer, $2. Thank you. You're awesome. You're awesome. Let me look up. What was I doing? Right. But Disney came up with this shit. I have no idea. They're probably going to use this for like a like ooh, actually, let me. This is my. Let's not. Yeah, I'll get out of there because nobody needs to see the Reddit boards I'm on. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're awesome. Hypnotic Jeans. But no, they made this like floor mat, which looks, if you actually watch it, it looks fucking nuts. But it is essentially a floor treadmill that moves in response to your movements. And it's like, it looks like look at this. It just looks like moonwalking, but omnidirectional. It's weird. Enzo the Librarian super chatted $2. Elon is no Tony Stark. He's barely a Miles Braun. Yeah, he really is like every couple of days he says something new. That is just like cute cotton candy cat, both. Cute cotton candy cat asking, are the Reddit boards about gay sex or far leftism? Both. I'm subscribed to r/gay sex far left. Yeah, no, I think that'll be cool if used in conjunction with VR. I want to see. All right, let me. Okay, I'm going to watch this quick video real quick because I've been meaning to watch this. I love, if you guys haven't played Vampire the Masquerade, it still remains one of the best immersive sims out there. It is such a just finger-licking good immersive experience. And Vampire the Masquerade 2 has been fraught with controversy. It was indefinitely delayed at some point before being rebooted in development. I've kind of stayed away from a lot of it. All right, I'm going to go feed my cat because she's meowing at me. Are you yelling at me, huh? Oh. Here you go. Here's your food. That's your food. That's the food I got for you, cat. I was wondering where the kitty. No, the cat is like on my like on her. Okay, she's eating it. Good. She's getting a little bit older and she's having joint pain, but she can also smell the medicine that I give her in her wet food, and so she'll just like pick it apart and just like turn up her little nose for it, and it's like, what are you doing? Come on, cat. You got to take your medicine. But anyway, I am tentatively very excited for Vampire the Masquerade 2, because if it can capture even a little bit of the original, I would love to have it. But I would also really like a remaster of the original, because it's such a good game, and I think if a good Maestro, yeah, it's a tabletop game, or Vampire the Masquerade is the tabletop game. They've made a couple other games, because the company that owns the World of Darkness brands, which is like Hunter the Reckoning, Vampire the Masquerade, Werewolf, something, then like a couple other ones, owns all of the brands, and I think Vampire is just the most popular one. Werewolf the Apocalypse, that's what it is. And the other people have made, it's kind of like Warhammer, where the owner just licenses it out so a bunch of people make video games off of it. So there was Vampire the Masquerade, the Bloodlines, Swan Song, Bloodlines. That's this game, Jesus. Swan Song, which I played, which is not great. There were 2 visual novels, and then there were 2 werewolf games. There was Werewolf Earthblood, which is like the most Xbox 360 hack and slash game I've played since 2012. And there's another visual novel, I think. Yeah, it's kind of underworldy. It's kind of underworldy. The first Vampire the Masquerade is a very special game because it's one of the only games that allows you to like live in a very early 2000s environment. Like, it's so hard to describe. Let me see if I can look up some footage of it, because it feels like you are living in the world of like Blade or The Matrix. You know, like in a way you want to, outside of like a very hyper linear gameplay experience. Coteries of New York, yeah. Let's see if I can. Full game, no commentary. There we go. Banger, baller. Let's go. It's also just an incredible RPG. My first playthrough I played as a... God, what the fuck do you call it? It's a... Hey, could you not? Stop. Rude. Oh, hell yeah, there we go. Real dog or sound effect the world. It's a real dog. Come on, that's a real dog. Oh, this is in the haunted house. Man, the haunted house is a great section. Hell yeah. God, it has such great levels. Like, there are these extended sections where, like this one where you're just like, it's like basically a walking simulator. All right, and this is on, come on, can you not, I want to go to the New York stuff. Like, there's a club that just has immaculate vibes. And this game, the layout of this game definitely inspired my own, like, when I made the small, like, open world of To Dawn and Back.
This whole thing, I don't want anything to do with that damn tape. I don't know. I mean...
Nah.
Isn't this better? You and me alone for just a little while. Away from jihad and the nonsense and the dangers. Just the two of us.
There we go. Hi. Okay, butt muffin. Have a good night. I think this will show off the... God, it's also, like, it came out in, what, 2004? And it is just so stupid atmospheric. Like, with the effects and everything, it still looks great today. Like, the lighting and everything, oh. I don't know why they don't remaster it. Okay, Stealing, have a good night. Like, look at this bar / club with everybody dancing around.
Another scrumptious young player.
She's the character most people know about this game. You are my goat, mommy. Oh, thank you, PK Ripper.
Softener due on freshly mowed astroturf. I'm not frightening you, am I, duckling? I can tell you and I are going to get along just like fire hoses. When we get turned on...
Like no joke, the RPG mechanics, the stories, this game does so much better what people wanted from things like Cyberpunk. Like, as far as telling a mature tale, like, it's God, it's so good. Ugh. I know, the facial, like, again, 2004.
I'm the finger down your spine when all the lights are out. I'm the name on all the men's room walls. When I pout, the whole world tries to make me smile.
Yeah, the story with her and her sister is messed up, too. In like, a really good way. Damn. I started, Hank Boozley, I started Pathologic 2. I did not get far in it. I've been meaning to go back to it, though. Well, it's one of those games I always want to go back to, but Pathologic 2 is a game... I know I would probably really, really love it, but it's a game that I cannot just, like, pick up and put down. You know, it's like Persona or, like a really in-depth RPG, so I need to, like, sit down and play it. And it's not that I don't want to play that, because I'm a big old fan of, like, games that are hard to get into. Casey Gurley is subscribed. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. Anyway, this is the post-alpha in-game footage.
All those marked freaks were waiting outside.
And yet none appear to have entered.
How does anyone find anything in a mess?
And so the main character's name is Fire in this, and I think they are... I think it's like a V cyberpunk situation where you can kind of like make them your own, so to speak, but there is a named character, which is, I'm kind of ambivalent about. Yeah.
Perhaps to him this is an orderly chaos. Nosferatu trade in secrets. This is merely another way to hide them.
Oh, you can fly. Okay. Alright. Like, okay. See, and this is kind of what... I haven't seen much of the gameplay from this, but what I really want to see is, like, I want it to be a little Dishonored-y, you know? God, hey, does anybody remember Redfall? Jesus. Kind of dark, though. I can barely see anything. Oh, there you go. It's like a Riddick vision. Well, okay, that was kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. That was kind of sick.
Am I interrupting?
So this looks like a... I don't know, this looks on the level of like that RoboCop game that I loved last year. So I'm ready for it.
It's you. The No Man.
Willem, I take it. You had some interesting guests outside. Expecting trouble?
That depends. Why are you here?
Oh, they're
Holly
cute.
tells me you keep the court's secrets and its histories. Earlier tonight, another kindred by the name of Isabella used this mark to sap my power. Tell me, Willem, what rumors have you heard about me?
That you were there in Cairo. They called you the Slayer.
I have been many things to many people.
I guess that makes it easier.
Makes what easier?
What happens next? Now I have to do what he told me.
The full extended reveal here. Alright, well now I'm curious. I want to see how much more of it.
Hello everyone, we're very excited to show...
Well, Darken21, so disappointed by this trailer.
you
Does not feel like
gameplay of
VTM
Vampire
at
the
all. I think it's a really weird... It's just a weird fucking trailer. Like, it doesn't show a lot of gameplay. Story stuff where they're talking about... It doesn't show a lot, which is either a good sign or a bad sign. But here's the thing, is I think the strength of Vampire the Masquerade, the original Bloodlines, was not in the, like, combat and action. It was in the world and the exploration and the feeling of immersion and being in that world and finding your own solutions. Like, it was in the immersive sim shit. So if they can like, they can modernize the gameplay and the action and make it more Dishonored-y, which I think is the right move for, you know, for a game type where you want to have like supernatural powers. I feel like Dishonored is a good blueprint. The thing that for me remains to be seen is how well, like, is it just a like linear action game where you can kind of sometimes choose stealth and kind of sometimes choose action, or does it maintain that same spirit? Does it have those big explorable areas with the NPCs you can interact with and the stories you can uncover? Because that is the like, that's what I'm looking for from that immersive sim. Griffiths 2000, do you have any sort of skincare routine? I do now. I've, and you can probably see it, I've been breaking out a little bit and it's driving me up a fucking wall. But I actually just got a full skincare regimen for the first time from local Lush, which has really good quality skincare, because I was breaking out, I think partially due to stress. And I've been breaking out recently, I think, due to the new skincare regimen. But I have, yeah, I do a serum. I wash my face nightly. Serum, a like aloe and fruit juice moisturizer. I exfoliate. Lane Kaplan every other day. God damn, girl. No, I exfoliate. I'm trying to do it once a week now, because I tried it 2 to 3 times a week and it makes me break out real bad. But yeah, wash twice daily, moisturize. I should probably get retinol, and I need some, I need a vitamin E serum so I can get rid of these stupid wrinkles that are evolving on my forehead. Yeah, and good sunscreen when the sun comes out too. Skincare, I cannot handle a skincare regimen. I can barely handle a skincare platoon. I see what you did there. But no, other than that, no skincare routine, just estrogen, and I've been doing a lot of electrolysis, or having a lot of electrolysis done lately, so my cheeks and stuff are more like smooth than they have been in a while. And I am... Fuck shaving, it just ruins your skin. I am very close to... I got most of the hair done on this side, most of everything done, and I'm blessed with barely having any hair to begin with. Got almost everything on my chin done, and then I just need to do the top lip, which is going to hurt like a motherfucker, and then the neck, and then I'll be good for electrolysis. Yeah, you know, Griffiths, acid and serums, like, because for a while there I was doing vitamin C serums. They are so tenuous as to how effective they are. Like, they have to be very pure. They have to be kept a very specific way. It's such a, like, I would rather just find a different skincare routine that works as far as moisturizing and keeping everything fresh and wrinkle-free than to be like, okay, well, I'm going to do this and hope it works. Electrolysis, how long have you been doing this for? Let's see, I think it's gonna be about 2 months. I think my next appointment will be 2 months, because I've done 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so it's been a while. Hypno Amber, skincare products are capitalist grift, but do what makes you feel good. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is that it's so hard to, like, especially as a trans person, when you don't know, you don't generally, for a lot of people, you don't have somebody going around like, oh, you know, don't do this. You know, you don't have a person to help you with female and feminine care products. And so it's hard to know what you actually need, because there is, like, you do want to moisturize your skin. You do want to keep it plump and fresh and youthful and vibrant and all that shit. But at the same time, it's hard to know where that line is, you know, like where, like at what point are you just paying for a name on a bottle? At what point are you just paying for something that you can get done better elsewhere? We should have a channel for this on the Discord. Foxbat, I got lucky and have hair that was described as perfect for laser. I have a feeling I would probably have that too, because my laser or my facial hair, like it's always been thin. Like my neck right now, that's 3 days of growth, if you can see that, and I haven't had any electrolysis done on my neck. So like that's the level of thin hair I'm talking about. Mighty Mulatto, it's also unscientific, the skincare stuff. Well, yeah, and that's the problem, is that so much of it sounds scientific. It's kind of like dental care stuff. It's like, you know, dermatologists recommended, 9 out of 10 dentists recommend this brand. And so you're like, okay, well, I'll go with that. But then you hear later, it's like, oh, it actually doesn't do much of anything. And it's like, okay, well, what have I been spending $30 a month for 5 years for? Zora Bark, it's already 3 a.m. where I live. It makes it look like Dead Domain never sleeps. Hypno Amber, a lot of it is about genetics. I've been blessed with okay genetics, I think. Mr. Hot Indian Guy, hey Dead Domains, what day do you usually stream? Is it only on Saturdays? I try to stream Fridays, but I was very busy with editing the essay on anti-Semitism yesterday, and then I hung out with my partner, who I haven't seen. I didn't get to see one of my partners for like almost over a week. So I took yesterday off from streaming and streamed what I was going to stream yesterday today. So usually I try to do at least 2 to 3 times a week, on Friday for sure. And then the other days are just kind of whenever I can fit it in between editing and other stuff. Drax's Storm Scale, I cannot stand my body hair. My moon energy constantly improve when I remove it. I'm right with you. I feel the same way when I get, like, it's been winter, so I haven't felt bad about not shaving my legs, because it cold as hell when you shave your legs in the winter, and I'm not a fan of it. But that being said, I also don't like having leg hair. So it's like, Hello, She-Elf Johnson. What do we want to do? Do we have people? I demand to be perfectly smooth. I just want to be clean. What are we feeling? Are we feeling video games tonight? Thank you very much. Become Sphere. Double cheese tab. Palette cleansers, down for games. What are we feeling for palette cleansers? Let's do some palette cleansers, yeah. If anybody has any palette cleanses, I'm feeling Bionicles, lol. I think I have... Here's the thing, Makuta Lorica. I actually just went through... I spent 4 hours on... What's today? Today's Saturday. Thursday. It was like 5 hours, actually. Going through my apartment storage unit and like cleaning out a ton of stuff and organizing everything. So I found my bin of Bionicles where I have the collection that I've built. Ooh, Very Tall Bart just dropped a new one. Okay. We love some Very Tall Bart here. I will be right back. I am going to get more tea and then we'll watch something fun. But, yeah, I'll talk about my Bionicle collection in a second. Let me get that. Hank Boozle. And I will turn the tunes back on. People, y'all like the vaporwavy music, right? Like it's a vibe? I hope it's a vibe. Oh, I know what I wanted to look at. Okay, no, I have another thing. I have another thing that I completely forgot about, and I think it's going to be really cringe right-wing political comedy. But I think it's going to be great. Steamboat. All right. All right. I will be right back. Okay, I just want to make sure this doesn't autoplay. Okay, perfect. All right, be right back. So I know nothing about this, but I literally did not even press play on it. I just needed to see it for myself. So I'm going into this completely blind. It could be, I'm assuming it's going to be cringe because it's a puppet. It could be satirical. Like it could be making fun of conservatives, or it could be an actual conservative point. It's very hard to tell, but we're gonna find. We're gonna find out.
What's next? I'll tell you next. What the hell is going on in the NFL? What the hell is going on? I mean, the end of the Chiefs game looked like a bad Ryan Gosling movie. The NFL should be broadcasting on the freaking Lifetime channel. Their freaking official cereal should be Lucky Charms so they can follow the freaking rainbow. Their official sponsor should be Fruit Striped Gum. I heard Richard Simmons is going to be the special guest for the freaking Super Bowl coin toss. I heard they're thinking of replacing Tony Romo with Johnny Weir. I mean, when are you going to get it? The NFL is gay. It's gay. Taylor Swift isn't Travis Kelce's girlfriend. She's his beard. His freaking beard. I mean, it's like the Lord of the Flies in the Chiefs locker room. The NFL has always had gay undertones. I get it. But now they've gone full-blown Liberace. It's time for every man over the age of 15 to start rethinking the fashion statement of wearing another man's name on his freaking back. I mean, the NFL is gay, bro. It's freaking gay. There's no escaping it. Let's not even mention Travis Kelce's semi-retarded, half-naked brother picking up 5-year-old girls in the stands and carrying them around while their fathers take pictures. I mean, who the hell is watching this crap? Who the hell is watching? Are you freaking kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? What's next? What's next? What's next?
It's kind of amazing that I still can't tell if it's satirical. All right, 2020 election was rigged, period. Let's see it. This guy's 42,000
What's next? I'll tell you.
42,000 subscribers. I know it's also
the 2020 election, right? The 2020 election. You turn on.
It should be noted that he's fucking terrible at using the puppet. Like you for a hand like that, you want to use like but you also want to actually have the fingers wagging around, because it's you know, you have ideally these are the hands. And then you would have like something to flap the mouth open, but he's like not even gesticulating, like he's not even talking like this, like and he's just kind of like holding the puppet open, like he'll say something, but the puppet will be like, what are you talking about, instead of what are you talking about. What? You know, like it's just instead of like when you really watch like Muppets and stuff and professional puppetry, like if you've ever seen Randy Feltface, legitimately one of the funniest comedy acts I've ever fucking seen. The guy who does him is super nice, amazing, talented. I got to have drinks with him when he came through the comedy club. Really super nice dude. But it's the thing that makes it so like Muppety is how animated it is. Is that's kind of the magic of a puppet, is it's like a live action, it's like a cartoon that plays out in front of your head. It's very exaggerated. It should be very exuberant. And this is just so like, I don't know, it's just so stale. Like it hurts. It hurts. I love a good puppet, and this is not it.
On TV all years, the 2020 election was legitimate. It was legitimate. Everybody has decided it's legitimate. Who decided? Okay.
Like again, it's not. It's legitimate. It's legitimate. It should be. It's legitimate. It's legitimate. Everybody's decided it's legitimate. It's legitimate. It's legitimate. It's legitimate. It's legitimate. Yeah, like you. It's legitimate. It's legitimate. Everybody thinks the 2020 election is legitimate. It's legitimate. It's legitimate. It's legitimate. Like, there's just nothing there. Like, he's literally just flapping it. It drives me nuts.
Who are the people who are saying that the 2020 election was legitimate? I'll tell you who. The people who we are accusing of fixing it, right? The FBI says they've investigated and it was legitimate. Well, the FBI is who we think freaking fixed it. The freaking Democrat and Republican Party say they investigated and it was legitimate. Well, I think they were involved. Are you freaking kidding me? The media says that the 2020 election was legitimate. They looked into it. It's legitimate, 100%. Well, 100% they were involved in fixing it. Are you freaking kidding me? I mean, how can the people who are accused of doing a crime be the ones who are investigating the crime and then expect us to believe the freaking outcome? Are you freaking kidding me? I mean, you freaking kidding me? How stupid can you freaking be? The 2020 election was fixed. Period. End of story. Until somebody...
So there... That's a terrifying frame. Yeah, no, okay, this is... Like, this one has cemented for me that it is very much, like, this is genuine, because this is just an excuse to ramble. Like, there's not even a joke. Like, he hasn't even made a joke or set up or a punchline or anything. Like, it's just him saying, "Are you freaking kidding me?" Like, this is rough stuff. Should I go through more of it? What? More puppet self-harm. Oh yeah, Darken 21. I absolutely did. I love. I'm very excited for. I'm glad Kojima is embracing his Kojima-ness, because it's. I just love it. I think it's very fun. All right, let's do Gay Steamboat Willie, which is very fun.
Hello, everybody. So very recently, the cartoon Steamboat Willie.
Oh, I didn't realize this was a
entered the public domain. This is a huge moment for the Creative Commons.
I didn't realize this was a Joel vid.
Luckily for us, it means we get to enjoy.
Oh yeah, Makuta Loroka. Sorry. You were gonna talk about your Bionicle collection. Yeah, I forgot I had. So I have it in a bin right now because I don't have a place to like wrap them all up. So it's just my. It's the ones I have on display right now in my room on a bookshelf, and it is all of the Mick Matoran, so all of the Matoran from McDonald's, all of the Turaga, the original Turaga, except for Wenua. I still need to get Wenua. All of the Toa Mata, and then all of the Toa Nuva. And that is those are my, the ones I have on display. So it's just kind of Gen 1, all of the island population. And then the ones I put away in storage, I have all of the Borak Kal, all the Rakshi, all the Toa Metru, the Vaki, and then like I only have like 2 Visorak, and then 2 Toa Anika, and that's about it.
A number of pretty interesting parodies. You may not know this about me, but I have a bit of a dry...
Oh, and then I also have all the Hordika. Sorry.
Fucked up wit. I invite you to watch what I'm calling Gay Steamboat Willie.
Imagine all the characters again. Is it just Steamboat?
Oh, got my own butt.
Oh no, it's okay.
I'm a straight up gay Mickey Mouse right now. Tug, tug, tug. Oh, look, see all those pipes? They're all homosexual men. They're all... Oh, I'm dancing. I'm dancing. Oh my god, it's my gay...
Makuta Loroka, do I have any of the comics? Yeah, I have a lot, not all of them, but I have a lot of the original run. I actually have, let me go see, I have some, yeah, for when I was doing research on writing the game, I have some, where's that over here? Where did I put that? Iggy Boo, thank you for following. I'll be right back. I think I know where it is. Okay, sorry, I am back. So I brought with me, I forgot I had this, but this is unrelated, but this is one of my favorite pieces of my kaiju collection. This is and it unfortunately split because it is very old, but this is a 1960s movie manual from Gamera versus, I think it's, I don't know if it's from Gamera versus Jiger, but it has a lot of the other Gamera villains in it, but it is from the 1960s. And it is, like I said, it is split down the middle, and I would like to one day get it repaired somehow. But I love this thing. And I only bring this up because it was right in front of me. It's basically a picture book for like little Japanese kids in the 60s. But it has these really cool, this is my favorite part of it, is these, has these amazing Gamera cross sections. It's all in Japanese, so I can't really read it. But it has like anatomical maps of the kaiju and their like internal organs. It's just like very dumb, cool kaiju lore shit. Like here's another one. Here's Gauss. Yeah, very, very cool. I need to get it repaired, patched up someday, because it is so old, it's so frail, because it was also, I'm willing to bet, even though it is full color, I'm willing to bet it was very cheap. Yeah, it's a bummer. Very hard to find too. I got it for a steal, but it's not. I've tried finding another one. Haven't ever been able to find one. And I got it super cheap in an eBay lot because I think it was just like somebody's grandpa probably bought it back from a Japanese trip. But as far as Bionicle reading material goes, when I got the job as a writer on Masks of Power, I immediately got this, which I know I had a copy of this. I know I had a copy of this as a kid because I poured through the official guide to Bionicle so many goddamn times. Like I couldn't even tell you how long I spent just staring at this. Like unfathomable amounts of time. Like just going through and memorizing all the lore and everything. And then I have some of the other books that were Scholastic. I have and this is kind of cool actually. I don't know why they sent this to me, but I bought it on eBay, so I guess that's what you get. But it is a hardcover copy. I did not know they made this in hardcover. Bionicle number 2, Bionicle Chronicles 2, Beware the Bow-Rock. But I think it was a version specifically made for school libraries because it literally has a school library code on it. Yeah, Greenfield Middle School, Greenfield, Wisconsin. And I didn't know they made these. And so I have a school library edition of Bionicle Chronicles 2 from Wisconsin. So thank you, Wisconsin, I guess. Yeah. And then I have the Bionicle Adventures, which are the Toa ones, with the bizarrely AI looking Vakama on the cover. Like it really looks like AI and it's bonkers. And then a whole bunch of other. Ooh, build an exclusive Bionicle model. Exclusive, you say? Oh, it's a little bird thing. Cute. Then, yeah, and that's my box set of adventures, and I have a bunch of other ones. I have like, goddamn, they put out so many books I didn't realize. The Bionicle Adventures went up to 10. 10. What are you doing? Oh, hell yeah. Anyway. So that's my Bionicle lore minute. Yeah. Anyway, Makuta Laroka, you're welcome. I was all for you.
Hey, homosexual, it's another gang guy. Oh shit, no! Don't do it. Don't pull me apart. I'm gay. Get out of here. Okay, sir. I'll go fuck off then. Bah. Kick you. Oh, got my own butt. Damn it. Shit. No. Oh, better get back to my own business then. Oh, it's the bird. What do you think it's saying? Probably to stop being such a fucking freak. Oh, I'm mad. Get out of here! I can die, bitch. Okay.
I like how much of this is just very much Joel entertaining himself, which I find very funny.
I'm getting ready back to just eating my tuna, whatever I'm doing. I'm ready to just continue being a gay fucking guy. That. All right. Show how I love living in the 1980s in San Francisco as a gay man. Yum yum yum. Bleh. Oh, it sucks being me though sometimes. Got some shit in my face. Okay, so we got 3 birds, a cow, and they're all on Podunk Landing. This is probably the boring section of the cartoon. Oh my god, what the fuck? Is that? Oh, the boat's coming into harbor now, and it's looking like probably someone's gonna be on it. And it's Gay Mickey. I'm getting that cow.
It's Gay Mickey.
I'm gonna get that cow, and I'm gonna get him in. I'm gonna get him in because that's why they call me the Milky Joe. I just got milked too much. All right, let's get this cow fat. Let me get this cow fat real quick. Because I have to get ready to meet my boyfriend soon. So better. Oh, it's my boyfriend. He's coming, and he's rushing in there, and he's probably ready and to see me and wants to have some. But I missed him. Missed my big sexy guy. But he's coming. Oh, this is there. Actually, let's just see how this plays out for a second, because this is going crazy. Better scoop him up. Oh my god, look at him. Oh my god. As a gay mouse, looking at my boyfriend's ass absolutely slays me, I gotta be honest. And that goat's happy too, drooling over that. Gay goat, everyone's gay in this universe. It's I'm losing the plot here because whatever's going on doesn't seem too good. Because it seems like there's a love drama happening. Let's see how this. So it looks like come over here, sweetheart, and then he's gonna put something in the. Okay, so it's not every day you see something like this. 2 gay homosexual men dancing to a dog they're winding up or something. But
a dog hits a goat.
Okay, so what am I thinking right now? I'm gay Mickey. What am I thinking? Better get all the animals to make noises for me so I can enjoy that. So I'm just, expressing my movement, expressing my body, working on myself, trying to get a little bit ripped, trying to work it out, because, being in modern society or 1980s San Francisco, it's not easy. But, I have my beautiful boyfriends, and I have my big cat who's also a gay guy, so it's not too bad. So I'm just going to enjoy sort of playing my heart out. So, yes, sklunkle on that cat.
Sklunkle.
That's easy for me as a mouse, just whipping them around and throwing them around, because I don't give a shit about creatures like that. All I care about is just sort of trying to hone my craft and explore my sort of being gay homosexual mouse, as we all know. Oh, he's going up to some pigs and straight up just abusing those
Fox Fat, this is depraved.
Steve-O Willie's awesome. Okay, so I'm gay. I'm back in gay uniform, and I'm gonna open the cow's mouth. Oh my god. So he's Okay, so I'm thinking back to my boyfriend. I'm letting how much I love my boyfriend motivate this song, motivate what I'm doing to this cow's teeth. And when I'm thinking about him, I'm thinking about Euphoria, because I love that man. Let me tell you. Ah! Oh, it's the cat's back, and he's ready to sort of take me down, because he doesn't know what he wants with me. He loves me and he hates me all in the same breath.
Did they have drugs back then? She-Elf Johnson, they most certainly had drugs. They had cocaine and morphine for sure.
I'm gonna peel. I'm cooking. I'm mad about it, but I'll do it. I don't care. And the bird's back, and he's here to. He's like the bigot, I guess. And the cartoon ends with Mickey happy to be gay, and that's the end. That's the end of that. So, and that's what Walt Disney would have done if that would be what if Disney got woke or something. Okay, bye.
Jesus Christ. That's very funny. All right, yeah, let's see. Reaction stream. What? Nar. Nar. I want to see if he reacts to me. Okay, let's do Andrew Tate and Alex Jones. What? Oh wait, no, there we go.
WhatsApp chat. I'm Andrew Tate. My dad used to just randomly push me over.
Well, obviously he didn't push you enough.
The reason I have so many fans in Slovenia and South Slovenia is because I speak Slovenian. I'm a rat.
Shut up for a second. My homosexual friends, we banged.
Don't care.
When I see butt cheeks thicker than God, makes me want to die a little.
I'd be a fool and I'd be disingenuous to sit here and pretend I was straight. I beat my meat to gay porn. I do that fantastically.
So basically, you want to have sex with your dad.
And that's perfectly fine and perfectly normal.
He passed recently.
And I'm not guilty for that, as a matter of almost fact.
All right, let's talk about your son.
Wait, I have a son? I would literally commit suicide.
Yes.
Alex, would you like to introduce yourself?
Well, I'm like God with prostitutes. Quite frankly, I don't trust animals. I mean, just look at frogs. They've taken over the French.
Wow.
George Washington said, break on through to the other side, repeatedly. And out of that came communism. I think black folks are very... And out of that came communism.
It's so fucking good.
Very smart.
Did I ever talk to you about Full Metal Alchemist?
I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now. I'm just stroking my shit. I'm horny as fuck, man. I'm a freak, man.
Tucker Carlson. Andrew Tate. I'm good at being inside of men. I used to be the bottom, but I'm at top now. Unfortunately, no one wants to fuck me.
Well, of course not.
There's a saying I heard, and I don't know who said it, but he said a bunch of shit. And,
That's the truest thing that's ever been said.
Think about it.
You're very close to your brother.
Yes. And sometimes we fuck. Happy.
Shut the fuck up.
Fuck off. Go die in a ditch. Doop-de-doop-de-doo. Kill yourself.
Do you edge at all?
I'm gay.
Vivek, thanks for doing this.
Alex Jones?
I'm not the actual Alex Jones. Alex Jones is dead, so then they built another Alex Jones. And
oh, really?
Yes. He just basically exploded.
Oh, wow.
And I am really crazy about Family Guy.
I'm here with the man, Andrew Tate.
To me, it's not about girls. It's about guys.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
We all know the old adage that everyone's gay. We all know that, and it's absolutely true.
Facts.
Heterosexual sex is completely cucked.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, some things need to be said that aren't said anywhere else.
Yeah.
And, you know, man, I kind of want to squeeze you.
The head of my penis was bit by a dove. Like, what the hell? And so I took the bird apart and then dumped it into a meat grinder and cranked the handle. And then I resurrected the bird, making it something like a Frankenstein monster bird. But then he escaped and killed a number of people, 500 or so. It was quite the trip. Perhaps the actual monster was me. No.
WhatsApp chat. I'm Andrew Tate. My dad used to just randomly push me over.
Oh my god. Alright, banjo. Alright, let's do a grifters.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I'm gay. I was playing with Rat GPT yesterday, and it just hit me that Marxism isn't Marxist.
This is what Orwell says in 1984, essentially.
You and I are virgins.
Yes, biblically speaking, in the Bible, there's biblical narratives. Right? This is like right in the Bible.
God, I'm so hard.
Well, I am twice as hard. Joe Biden has been showing his big gold Barack Obama-esque nuts since the day he took office. That is why October 7th happened. And he promptly decided to blow a bunch of Pakistanis. Why? Why? It doesn't make any logical sense. Instead, how about you come and you ship and you throw up directly in my mouth? How about that?
Tucker Carlson, thanks so much, dude.
Are we on TV? Huh? There's some chick on the internet. She had a fat ass. It was just so thick. Strong ankles. You know?
Yeah.
Shut up!
Shut up! Shut up, pig!
Fuck you.
Look at this. Let's show this shit, bruh. God, get fucked.
I love taking Percocet, benzos, jacking and sucking cocks.
Go crazy.
Go crazy. Go normal.
Cheers.
Brett. You're super hot. I want you to please my body.
Well, I'm not gonna do that.
You're fat.
Like, you are, like, going to hell. I know that, you love teen boys. You fucking minor attracted person.
Well, Matt Walsh, kinda gay. Super gay. You would rather fuck a hot pocket than go sleep with a woman. I get sexually aroused by, like, porn. My wife was out of town, so I smoked a couple crack pipes, pulled into a McDonald's. Double quarter pounder with eggs, that's my go-to. Fridays, eggs. I like women, I like eggs. I cuddle eggs. I'm the egg-pilled coomer. You deserve to be shot in the head. Your wife is rather young. She may seem very young, but she's 8,000 years old. That is so profoundly cringe.
I am now super. Life is meaningless. It's all over. I've given up. I say this with no joy. 2 years ago, I was attacked by drunk penguins going 600 miles per hour. What am I, chopped liver? Medicine is so woke. I love very tall heart. They're huge.
I like to play with my old ass penis, choking off the goose. It's messy, it's rough, it's weird, and it might be coming, but we may be overhyping how quick it's gonna come.
Yeah.
But I have to say, the more I look into it, I think it is going to bust, and that's okay. Blow.
All right, one more.
We live in a country where throwing diapers filled with human feces at random innocent LGBTQ plus people will get you killed. Meanwhile, come on, will kick you in the head for being straight.
That's crazy.
I don't want fruits and veggies. What I really need is 2 gay dads to blow my back out good and hard into next Monday.
I love Coco Melon. I'm the Coco Melon kid. It's perfectly normal for a guy in this age range to watch Coco Melon. It isn't like I would masturbate to a children's show. It's not. Not intentionally, anyway.
Do your best to give a summary of Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro.
I'm just kind of really stupid and stupid.
She's dumb. The most important thing about me personally is that I am not a large person.
Good one. Ben's gonna fuck my ass, and then I'll fuck his ass. He loves to get pegged.
That's true.
Black people be like,
I'm a black person.
white people be like, that's
That's true. I'm in a group chat with multiple kids. They're a bunch of morons. Yesterday, I took a crap on the beach, went to a Popeyes, ate a garbage and plywood sandwich before taking a second crap, then having sex with randos. Chris Rock was also there, and that says something. It means nothing. I love YouTube poop.
I love eating ass in a tongue-in-cheek manner. The goddamn president told me to stop eating ass.
Sorry,
but I
that
did
spiked
not
the
stop
audio.
because I'm bad to the bone. I live in my damn car.
My fucking penis and testicles are very weird. They're a waste of space, and they're too squishy. With that said, used to be on hardball. Let me tell me, shush.
Well, that a bit of rumple.
Come to there, the shush.
Okay,
Democrat
love.
this way is Chris Matthews. Democrat this way is Chris Matthews. Democrat this way is Chris Matthews. Go.
That was very good. Hello, cat. Cat. Oh, you're so baby. Look at, she just wants me to hold her like a big dumb baby. Can I help you? What are you doing? Are you rubbing? Are you trying to give me kisses? Are you trying to give me kisses? Bonk. Bonk. What are you doing, baby? Yeah, are you happy now? Are you giving purrs? Oh my goodness, did you see that? Did you see that? Can you do it again? Do it again! That was so cute! That was so cute, the people love it! The people love you, you're a star! You're a star! Boxing Cat, hey there! She's been so snuggly today. What are you... Just gonna climb all over me. There you go. Just sit in my lap. Sit in my lap. There you go. I got your hair all over me. You're good. Mwah! You have your smooch on the head. Oh. You shed so much, kitty. I love you. Hey. I love you. Do a little meow. Do a little meow for the mic. Okay, let us check this one out.
People feel like they're at war.
I think when you jump to the next level, there's an even bigger war going on.
What's the biggest war?
Psychological stuff. No one knows the truth because it's virtual reality once you get to that level, so no one knows.
Seems to be like a universal struggle.
It's all mind war.
I wanted people to be able to see it.
I just don't think people are ready for it.
Well, sure.
The third dimension is just this empty wasteland. Above it and below it is all this incredibly complex stuff, but our brains tune all of it out because we can't handle it.
It's almost like there's too many things happening.
People go nuts.
For people who are not thinking the way you're thinking, it can be exhausting.
And the truth is, no energy is ever destroyed. It all continues on.
You were telling me that it fucks with your head. That there's a certain amount of it, after a while, it just fucks with your head.
That's why I'm usually kind of like almost autistic, is I'm just being constantly.
Why?
Because lower entities will come in and violate your free will.
They know all your bullshit. They see right through you.
They will not manipulate your free will unless you ask them in.
I have.
Dude, do not say that. I'm going to get killed.
I've 100% communicated with something.
I'm not judging anybody. I'm just saying, be careful.
The question is whether that something was actually in my imagination or in my mind, or that something was something that takes place in another dimension.
Once you open that gate, it's all bad.
Why is it all bad? Why can't you experience that interdimensional being and learn something from it? And be a better person when you come out of it.
Because every time it gets control, it starts murdering everybody.
They wind up killing everybody.
In every case. And it always starts beautiful. It always starts great.
Problem is, some of it makes sense.
That's where the psychosis comes in.
Whoa.
It's going to create a giant societal crisis where most of the people are already going to get killed because an evil force wants conflict. So I'm saying, no, no, no.
It's all chaos.
Stop it.
This is the nature of the beast.
That's pretty good. Oh, I do wanna. This one is one of my favorite ones I've seen. This is a all-time banger.
We carry mind flayer parasites.
What?
Within days, we will be Geich, mind flayers.
Oh shit!
So what are we to do now?
Well, I don't know how many years on this earth I got left. I'm gonna get real weird with it. What a sweet little birdie. You want some food? Want some... Ah, you seagull!
The goddess Mistra. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher, and later even my lover.
You bang my dead wife?
Oh, yes.
Look out!
Death is not the end, merely another beginning.
That's good. Can you conjure the dead? Can you get my dead whore wife back here so I can lay into her from the other side?
What do you... YouTube, what gives?
Guest?
Ongo Goblogian, the art collector. Put the bottle in. I did. Don't judge me. This is art. Allow me to destroy your gallery. Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative. That I love. I absolutely love. It looks like he may commit suicide. Suicide is badass.
You unleashed something that would consume all magic in existence.
I did what I did. You don't like it, you can kiss my ass.
Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, hey, look at who's that. My goodness. Are you purring? Do you want to purr into the mic?
We're not sick.
You purr into the mic, kitty?
Jesus Christ, Frank, you just killed a kid!
Hey, baby. Oh, my cute little kitty cat. My cute little kitty cat. I love you so much. Yeah. Oh, you're so purry. You're so purry. Yes, you are. Oh, good purrs. Good purrs. Congratulations, Makuta LaRocca. Alrighty, baby. I gotta get up. You're on my lap. I gotta get up. Everybody, do you see this cat right now? She's just sitting in my lap. Who's just being a little baby. Who's just being the smallest little bean. Just a tiny baby. She's so tiny. Yeah. You just want attentions, don't you? We'll say hi. Say hi to chat. Yeah, Bubba. Little Bubba. Little chubby baby. I'm a little chubby baby. Okay, okay. Yes. Lady, leave your sister alone. Hey. Dog is very jealous of the attention cat is getting. Oh, yeah, you're so scary. All right, I will be right back. Us. Who's going? Let's go. Alright, I guess let's do Tofu Ghost, who I haven't watched their stuff in a little bit. Vivykins, thank you very much for following. Thanks everybody for watching tonight. I'm gonna get going. We've been streaming for about 5 hours. Don't forget to like the stream over on YouTube. I will be taking the stream down because I'm going to make a stream highlight video of the content we covered with the Conspiracists and the conspiracy spreading about the PSYOP. But in the meantime, everybody get in the raid. We are going to go raid Tofu Ghost, who looks like they're having a real great little time over there. And I hope everybody has a wonderful rest of your night. And please look forward to the big video essay on anti-Semitism coming soon, because I've put so much work into it and I need it to do good. So look forward to that. Have a great